Oh! How the words? Hang on. How's everybody doing today? Hi.
Okay, forewarning, I've had a lot of coffee and I'm really caffeinated.
Yes. So we are here playing Stars Without Number with these beautiful people, the crew of the Gloved Molotov. A lot of stuff happened, and it's pretty bonkers.
You're bonkers.
So I kind of just want to jump into what's liable to be kind of a lengthy recap because I know you guys. Things get weird. So when last we saw our crew of rando spacefarers, they were.
I notice you're not saying heroes anymore.
Well, that's kind of your fault, isn't it?
Yeah.
I heard about that.
What?
Darius, I'm gone for how long?
So,
It's like there's no Pim to go, that was a bad idea.
thanks to the. Well, so I think because this arc of the story is for the time being done, I'll start from the beginning. So, the crew of the Gloved Molotov had a job to do on Aegialeia. They came, they did it, and they got paid. After that, they chose to engage in some recreational activities and learned about a robot fighting tournament. They were quite keen, and after stealing entry from another competitor with some underhanded tactics, they were able to enter and had to submit their 50,000 credits into the pot to potentially pay out 400,000 credits to the eventual winner. They built a robot called the Coffee Sniffer, and they took part in round one of the tournament. And they won! However, the night after the tournament, something went a bit awry. As Darius and Pim retired to the ship while the rest of the crew went off to party, cyber ninjas attacked, and some clutch, dramatic combat took place on all three levels of the ship. After this, the police arrived, they acquired evidence and took away the ninjas, but Darius wasn't happy with that. So he used a commandeered compad from one of these ninjas to trace them back to their source, which was an apartment in the low-income housing district of Aegialeia. Upon arriving, it turned out that this was the base of operations for another one of the robots fighting in the tournament called Big Hugger. And upon them literally kicking down their door and pointing guns all over the place,
FBI, open up.
the pilot and crew of Big Hugger turned it on and started fighting back. Big Hugger was destroyed by some skillful use of a space shotgun, and while the three members of the support crew of Big Hugger got away, the pilot and one of the goons were captured. This goon was very the pilot was very stubborn and belligerent and wasn't prepared to give Darius the information he needed, and in response to that, he shot her in the head. Dr. Charles was really not okay with this, so he stepped in, stabilized her, and scolded Darius with his eyes and eventually his words. Meanwhile, Dimitri, who had spent a large part of the combat in a side room, in kind of like a melee fisticuffs with one of the goons, had successfully subdued him with the help of Molly, and was able to interrogate him more successfully, and discovered that these individuals had ties to a group called the Immersion. Upon hearing this, Darius was very dismayed, and said to the party that they best leave the planet as quickly as possible. Knowing Darius to be a bit skittish when extreme danger is afoot, they took his panic face value and chose to leave as well, which is understandable.
Are we talking like Harry Potter the book level of calmness, or Harry Potter the movie level of calmness?
What?
I would say the book.
Cool, because the whole he quietly and calmly said to him,
Yeah. So after the party skedaddled back to their ship and took off with the help of Catalina arriving with a pickup truck to avoid getting entangled with the encroaching police force, you guys took off and began to plot a course to your next destination of Kupie, where the party expects to find various leads or vengeance. Upon jumping into Hex 507, which contains the planet Kondriotis, where they have been previously, they were inundated with a cavalcade of news, including the fact that Darius is now being pursued by a bounty hunter, and that Catalina's family may have tried to reach out, but the message was corrupted by the Kupan government before it could successfully be sent. After that, and before making their next jump, Darius called a group meeting and began discussing the various atrocities committed by the Yakutan government and wished to know how far the party were willing to go to achieve their goals. The conversation became heated, and when Lockie chimed up to voice his concerns, Dr. Charles received a ping on his compad indicating that his patient's brainwaves had returned to conscious levels. But before he could do anything about it, they heard a voice call out from the medbay saying, "Lockie?" And that is exactly the moment we are jumping back into.
You sure you don't want to, elaborate some more?
I really do.
For another 3 hours.
I don't want to have this conversation. Please don't make me have this conversation.
Catalina is just going to stare Lockie dead in the eye with a, you know what I'm going to say and you know exactly what I think, look, and
I think, yeah.
pressure him into going.
Lockie's just gonna take one look at her and just be completely silently, just no, I'm just in normal clothes at the moment. Actually, I don't have my combat armor anymore.
I missed probably the end portion of Rory's cap off because my internet's being a cunt.
It was just
so
Tazi waking up.
Yeah, apologies to Americans. The C word is sorry.
Right.
The word for Australians is pretty tame. So
This is being a thick cat, mate.
Yeah,
I was going to say it's like greeting your best friend. How you doing?
Yeah, sorry guys, my bad.
This content features adults using adult language.
Very adult language. No.
So I take it I'm in the supercomputer now.
We're Aussies. Yeah. We're Aussies. You've been warned.
I'm not.
Neither am I.
You've both been here long enough to know.
So,
did what? Go back to your own country. Goddamn Poms. Go fuck yourself.
No. Just for context, upon returning to the ship after fleeing Aegialeia, Lockie took you from the omnipotent armor and inserted you in the supercomputer, and you have likely presided there since. So
so seeing the look that Catalina has given him in his mind, he's just going to be like, "Wow, better get this over and done with then." And he's just going to stand up silently and just move towards the med bay.
I'm probably already in there overlooking, I'm straight away gone up to Tazi and started doing a physical just to make sure that she's okay.
So, just for context, Dr. Charles and everybody else except Lockie, you have never actually physically met her.
Catalina, once Lockie gets up to go and Dr. Charles are gone, is actually going to stop anyone that tries to go in after them.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to lock the door as soon as Dr. Charles leaves and turn off turn off security for Mr. Pym.
As Lockie walks past, by the way, as you walk past Catalina holds out a compad. This is for Tazi. I picked one up along the way for her for when she woke.
Yeah,
Just
give
to be
her a
clear,
nod.
you've switched off the camera, yeah?
And all security so you cannot see or hear.
Not all security, but all right.
The camera contains the microphone. If he turns off the camera, then you also lose audio.
That's fine.
It's not.
He's gonna upload his stuff to one of the computers or something. Just be like, hello.
So
Yeah, right, you've got a phone now, yeah?
So I'll start from the beginning. Dr. Charles, you walk in, and as a refresher to those curious about what Tazi looks like, she is a young woman of Indian heritage. She has extremely long black hair that upon you treating her initially was kept in a well-maintained plait. However, considering how long she has been in the coma, her hair being loose has made it easier to clean. So it's currently just loose and just basically engulfing her pillow as she's trying to prop herself up on her elbows and look around. She sees you walk in, Dr. Charles, and recognizes your authority immediately as a medical professional just by how you're carrying yourself. And she says, hello? Are you a doctor?
I am this ship's doctor. Try not to get up at the moment. You've been here a while.
How long have I been here?
A month and about a month.
It's been about it's been about a month.
About a month. We had to take you from the facility that you were being kept at because they were not doing what was best for you.
Let's see.
Your Lockie will be in a moment to explain everything. I just go to give you a quick check over to make sure that you're okay.
Oh,
And
okay.
then I will let you and him have a conversation.
Okay, so you do all the normal doctor stuff, like check her eyes, check her reflexes, make sure her circulation's okay, and also probably do some tests on her muscle strength to see how far they may have atrophied during the coma. All standard stuff. The treatment you have been applying to her has been working well, so she seems as healthy as to be expected as someone who's just awoken from a coma. She will likely need some rehab to get back up and moving around again at normal speeds and strength, but that's all part of your training, and you can help her with that.
As I finish up, I'm gonna make sure that I've got the connection properly to her bioscanner that's attached to the bed. And if she doesn't have any other questions, I'm going to go to walk towards the door where I guess Lockie is now standing, waiting.
Sorry. Can I bug for a moment, because I'm kind of concerned. My computer's making a noise, an electrical noise that sounds kind of weird. Rory, do you have a backing track on at the moment?
Yes, it is called...
Okay, it'll be that. Cool, yeah. As long as it's that and not actually my computer.
It's all good. It's called...
All right, never mind. Stupidity aside, continue.
5 seconds later.
It's a track called Starship Medical. Seemed
So I'm gonna be I'm going to leave you two for a moment, and as I go to walk out the door, I literally go to Lockie, go easy. If I see her heart rate or anything go up, I'm going to be coming back in.
I think they're just going to talk.
So Lockie, you can see over Dr. Charles just enough to know that as he leaves the room and is speaking to you, Tazi's like craning her neck, trying to get a look at you from her bed.
Yeah, so he's going to walk in, hit the lock button on the door, enter the keypad to turn off the camera, and then just walk over and then give her a massive hug.
Oh yeah, she
bear hug.
So much. Like you almost lift her out of bed and then realize she still has various she still has a catheter and things like that, so you can't get her out of bed. But yeah. As you put her down, she just gives you this really warm, loving smile and says, "It's so good to see you." Now, I have some questions.
I'm sure you do. I hope I can answer them. I'm honestly just happy to see you're okay. Charles is a good man. He's taking care of you.
Oh, his name's Charles? Okay, I will thank him for taking such good care of me. This all seems like a lot of bother. I hope I wasn't too much of an inconvenience.
No.
So, what happened? Why did I need to go to hospital?
Well, it's kind of hard to explain, but first of all, what do you remember?
I think I remember I was out with Jericho, Rigby. We were having lunch, and that's about it. Until now. I was told that it's been a month. This feels like a spaceship. Where are we?
Well, you're aboard our ship at the moment, the Gloved Molotov.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's a place.
I'm not really good at the sciencey side of this thing, but I'll try my best. So, you remember how I sent that message about Pim?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you told me I should probably not be sending messages about Pim. Turns out you were right.
No. Oh, it's coming back to me now. Oh no.
So, yeah, basically
do?
Some bad people tried to get a hold of Pim, and they used you to do it. I'm not exactly sure it's small robot things. What are they called? Nanny.
Nanobots, yes.
That's the one. Yeah, so they injected those into you.
What?
When we got there, you weren't doing well. You really weren't doing good.
Am I okay now? Are they still inside me?
Again, that's not really what I'm too familiar with. The good Doc and Pim and Catalina and, well, basically the whole crew have been working to shut them down or turn them off or get them out of you or do something. I don't know. It seems to work, whatever they've done. I mean, I'm not good with this stuff.
It's okay. I can tell you've learned a lot since you left the Hayabusa. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, these are good people. We're a bit of misfits, but they've got the right heart and mind.
Who did this?
The whole crew, from what I can tell.
All of them?
No, specifically Rigby.
Dr. Charles, in the hallway wherever you're standing, you do see a spike in Tazzie's heart rate.
At that point, I'm literally standing on the other side of the door, watching the heart rate. And at that point, I just sort of knock, knock. Is everything all right?
Yeah. All good, Doc. All good. It's just gonna be a hard one to explain.
I don't understand. Why would they do that? I thought we were friends. I thought they liked me.
I honestly don't know. I mean, I assume they wanted Pim for themselves. Apparently he's pretty special. I mean, seems like a cool guy, to be honest.
Hey, I have the relics of the past. They're amazing. I suppose if I'm here, I'll get to meet you. I'll get to meet this Pim. That'll be awfully exciting, I suppose.
Oh, no doubt he's probably somewhere in the room right now. And at that, Lockie's gonna like turn his head to look at the surgical camera that Pim is currently controlling, as he's got like grabbed by the thing, turned away. He's like, "Isn't he, Pim?"
It just nods. For those who don't know, surgical cams are used during most medical or surgical. Get a heads down view of everything that's happening on the table.
He's very well integrated. Wait, so I don't mean to make you repeat yourself, but the whole crew, even Jericho.
As far as I can tell, I mean, they were all there. They all knew what was going on. I mean, I don't know to what level or if it was just Rigby had made some agreement, but they were definitely all there, and they all hightailed it the moment we found out.
Oh. Have you got a compad I could use?
Here's one Catalina prepared earlier.
She takes it. Oh, thank you so much. It doesn't feel like we're in drive space, so it should work, right?
Yes.
Okay. So she like in her prone state starts to like flick around on it. Is doing things like checking the exact date, the ship's current location, which actually is in the same system that you picked her up in. Funnily enough. And she gets to like her work emails and her work account, and she gets to a point and goes, "Oh, I'm on indefinite medical leave. My insurance paid out."
I mean, I guess there's some plus side.
Yeah, my family will be so happy. Oh God, my family! I need to call my family.
Now I can buy that grav tank that I always wanted.
She just looks around, realizes she has none of her stuff, not even like a compad, clothes, her own, anything. She's wearing like a box standard hospital gown, and just goes to try and like remember her parents' contact information as she's typing it into her phone. Yes,
Lockie would know that Catalina has set up everything for her.
Yes, it's just that she would have had like contact information stuff saved on a compad, so she's just trying to like recall from memory.
She can't prepare that. I'm sorry.
No, fair enough. So after a few failed attempts, she like finds the right number, sends them a message, and then kind of relaxes a little bit. Says,
"Yeah.
Well, I guess on the plus side, I don't need to worry about money anytime soon. I've got a lot. That's something." And it's kind of like a thin, brittle smile that's like, well, gotta find the bright side, right?
And I think at that point, that's probably where Lockie's just going to hang his head a bit and be like, look, this is all my fault. I'm sorry for what's happened. If I hadn't sent that message, then you wouldn't be in this situation. I mean, I nearly lost you.
It's okay. I like she reaches out to try and hold your hand to console you.
Oh damn.
And she says, "Look, it's okay. you weren't to know. It was an unprecedented thing you found, and it's fine. I'm okay. See, I'm fine. I think I'm fine. I feel fine.
I think you're fine. I mean, the doc seems to think you're doing well.
Yeah, I feel a bit tired.
Yeah, it took a lot out of him to keep you going for a bit there.
Mm.
Him and Catalina pretty much haven't left your side.
Well, what about you?
Like I said, I blame myself for this. I couldn't bring myself. I mean, I'm gonna find them, and I will make them regret this.
Can you? You've worked with them. You know what they're capable of.
Exactly. We already know. Well, we think we know where they are at the moment. Hopefully, they're still there. We're on our way.
You don't need to do that.
Oh, I do. I'm gonna get him back, that prick.
Well, if you do this, don't do it for me. And you don't need to kill him. You can get justice.
I need to. As much for you as for myself as well, for letting him fool me.
If you have to. And she sounds a bit disappointed.
I should probably, introduce you. I mean, they're all keen to meet you. And he's like, quite obviously actively trying to change the subject.
Yeah. You would have, at the very least, given some verbal descriptions of your crew in the previous correspondence you had. So she's not going in completely blind.
Oh yeah, he's sent some messages about the crew.
Yeah. She says, "Oh, okay. Are they all going to come in here? Because I'm not sure if I'm allowed to stand." Dr. Charles, was it?
At that point, I just sort of knock on the door again to see if he'll let me in.
I'm gonna unlock the door.
The door slides open.
And walk in. Everything okay? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. Am I allowed to move around yet, or am I supposed to be in bed for a while longer?
I'm not sure about how well your muscles have held up. If Lockie could help me, I'm sure we could help you to one of the chairs in the dining room.
Okay.
We'll need to have a moment to remove certain medical instruments.
Yes.
We would most likely have a fold-out wheelchair, by the way.
Yeah, probably.
We could just wheel her to the... Yeah.
Yeah, so Dr. Charles, you go through the delicate parts of removing a catheter and other things like that, and after a few minutes, she would probably find a set of clothes Catalina may have stored in a drawer near her bed. So with the help of Dr. Charles, pulls them on and then gets wheeled out into the main ship's meeting room and can say hello. So where is everybody and what has everybody been doing during this time?
When I compose myself.
What is happening right now? I'm not paying attention to our film show.
She's tearing up.
Oh my god.
Posting dirty yoga photos in chat, and I have no idea why.
Oh,
Rehabilitation. Nick
God damn
was
it.
saying that
That's-
Pim needs to reactivate his
Physio routine.
yeah, physio routine, and someone said sex bot yoga. It progressed from there.
Dude.
Too much feels they didn't.
God, and people think I'm the one with the fucked up mind here. Come on.
You just had to cut the tension with something, didn't you?
It was Ash too that posted that
Okay.
gif. The gif is what broke me.
God,
Alright, I'm gonna move GIF out of sight.
And
Alright.
it's
Come on,
bad
guys.
because I've got it on the screen right there, and I can see it. Okay, I'm good.
Alright, so Charles and Tazi, go.
yes. So Tazi is in a wheelchair. She's wearing like tracksuit bottoms and a shirt that has kind of nonsensical phrases written in English on the front, like kind of trendily.
Like
Because
Sassbot.
you're from because she went shopping on Aegialeia, which is a Chinese planet, and so some of the fashions were a bit
Yeah.
quirky.
There's one that says like Sassbot, and one that says like something like corny, like live your dreams, but instead of live your dreams, it's you live dream. And
You live dream.
No, in Aegialeia, dream lives you. But
yeah, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, she gets wheeled out into the main meeting room and just like looks around and sees you all and says, "Hi, hi.
Well, you already know. Sorry.
Let me see if I can guess.
I'm downstairs, but otherwise, yeah.
You're downstairs?
Yes.
Okay." She says, "Let me see if I can guess this." She points at Lucia and says, "Catalina?"
Duh, this is totally Catalina. Yeah.
Pisses herself
Excellent.
laughing. Absolutely pisses herself laughing.
I imagine that Catalina's just like, duh.
Catalina is like close enough.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Is okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you must be Catalina. You're very grey.
Is recent development. We can explain another time.
I was gonna say, Tazzy, there's a few messages you've missed out on.
I'm sure. So, you're Catalina. I don't think I ever got any messages about you. And he points to Lucia. who
Yes,
kind
she
of-
did.
She did?
She was the one that said no. Lockie's last comment or message to her was like, "I think I have a girlfriend?" ?
Oh, right. So with that in mind, he'll go, "Oh, so you must be Lockie's girlfriend."
At which Catalina will also piss herself laughing.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. I have recorded that, and I'm going to play it again at a later date.
So
At that, Lockie's going to very playfully punch Tassie in the shoulder, like not hard at all, but like shut up.
So Lucia kind of like does her best attempt at blushing at this and goes, "What? No, we're friends with benefits." And she kind of just says, "Look, I'm this weird. I'm bi," and just walks away.
All right, I think we discovered a new hashtag. This weird, I'm bi.
and then she moves on, sees Dimitri and says, "Ah, you must be Dimitri.
Duh, I'm Dimitri.
You
Privyet.
are pilot, yes?
Duh, I'm the pilot.
Oh, well, I like your ship. It's nice.
It is our ship, but I'm the pilot.
Okay. And no one else is actually in the room. She kind of turns around, looks up at Dr. Charles and says, and Dr. Charles, we've not officially met, but...
Sorry?
She just says, I suppose we haven't officially met, but thank you for taking care of me. Thank you, all of you, for taking care of me and making sure I was okay. I really appreciate it.
That is fine. It's what we do. We take care of one another and our friends.
It was very obvious how much you mean to Loki. We could not do any less.
She kind of gives a look to Loki and says, "Oh, was it now?"
I told you they were good people.
Good people with you to set a good example.
To be fair, she's not wrong. You laugh, Dimitri, but she's not wrong. I think he is probably best influence here. No?
Oh, no.
It's not sarcastic laugh.
It's that horrified laugh of, oh wait, she's probably right.
Catalina will walk up to Tazi, hold out a hand and say, "It's pleasure to finally meet you."
It is. It's lovely to meet you too. Am I to...
Sorry?
Are you the person to think about these clothes?
Oh, duh. But you don't need to thank me. I just,
It's lovely.
life can be hard sometimes.
You have a good eye. You got my size.
Oh, duh. It was a little bit of guesswork. I'm glad it fits. There is also some more stuff for you, and she pulls out a key card or some sort of pass, and says, "This is for your room. Unfortunately, it's not here with us, but at least you'll have space that is yours in private to catch up and recover. Is in the guest deck."
You have a guest deck? That's so nice.
Duh. Loki can help you over there, but this is your key.
Thank you. You've raised a very interesting point, though. Now what do I do?
Up to you.
I have a job position available for Miss Tazi.
Oh? Pim? Pim? Yes. She looks to Loki for confirmation that that's Pim's voice.
It just gives the nod. Yeah, that's Pim.
Hi.
Hello.
Pim, are you not going to come and say hello?
I believe the presence of my echo might be scary, or maybe it might take time for Tazi to get used.
If you think so.
My echo is slightly destroyed and is completely destroyed.
Oh, duh. I will help you fix this later, no?
Oh,
Very well.
She kind of leans over she kind of tugs on Loki, leans over and says, "What's an echo?"
That's a bit of a long story there as well.
It is the sex robot that Charles bought for me.
Yeah, it's a sex bot.
It is like a casing that has arms and legs that you can walk around in.
Is his human-like body he can live in?
Oh, that's very clever. I assumed that you would just be an ethereal voice. That's nice.
That too.
That is not quite wrong.
Oh,
In any case, about your job position, we have a position open within the Gloved Molotov crew for information regarding embarrassing stories of... I will pay top credit.
She says, "Oh, I don't know that I'd be very good at that job. I'm a mechanic, though."
At that point, it's just like, yeah, there's no embarrassing story.
Oh, you are a mechanic?
Yeah.
Well, let's take Tazi down to her quarters, and on the way, I will show you the workshop. You're welcome to use
I am
it.
both enlightened and disappointed.
Ignore Pim right now. He is personality that does not fully understand social expectations or norms. He's learning.
Yeah.
But workshop is mine and Pim's mostly. Darius comes and helps too sometimes. He's probably down there now with making drones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to meet this Darius as well, if he's on your crew.
Loki, you will need to help us get her. Oh, actually, it's a space future. Would it be like a hover wheelchair?
I mean, I can definitely carry her down.
I know, but I was just curious.
There's a lift.
It may be the space future, but this ship is, like, I described it initially as...
That's true.
As an old house. As an old house that's had new fittings, so it's not got the best stuff. I'd
So
say...
an old house with new fittings, so that it has one of those chairs that goes up and down the staircase.
stair lift.
No, you're probably right. It probably does have an elevator, like a basic elevator. You need to have disabled access.
I mean,
You
don't. It's a spaceship.
True.
Disabled access in space
that
is called
point,
low grav. Or
I will start pushing her towards the staircase,
that's a
whether or
bit
not we
rude.
have
Just
an
gonna push it
elevator.
down or something.
And then, as we get to the staircase, I'm going to pick up the wheelchair and everything with telekinesis and take her down the stairs that way.
Yeah, when you get halfway down the stairs, you're smelling stench of cigarettes.
I think, by the way, the whole time you're telekinesing, Lockie is not letting go because he's still not very trusting of the whole mind stuff.
I know, but it's easy to do it that way. As I get partway down, so, Darius, are you smoking on the ship?
It's been 6 years. Just let me have this one.
Darius, do it somewhere
Catalina.
with ventilation.
You're in
You're-
space.
Catalina, I am heating up a coffee. Could you bring it down to Darius so he can quit that disgusting habit?
Pim, when did I last become your servant? As she walks back upstairs and grabs the coffee and then brings it back down.
I don't know. Guess it just happened.
Oh, haha, Pim.
She's gonna punch him later.
Just
If only I could
remember
feel
who got your echo working for you in the first place.
What did your last servant die of? Not fucking listening.
So, like, as she is wheeled through your main engine room to get to the stairs, she gives kind of a look of polite acknowledgement, but is hiding kind of a "oh, is this all?" expression.
Of what? The workshop?
No, of the engine room. So, she sees it and is trying to hide the fact that she's a little bit underwhelmed.
I mean, it's mostly a workshop, not like we've been treating the engine room like a workshop.
The engine room is above the workshop.
Yeah. So,
Oh, right.
It's a
yeah.
different room.
here's the engine room. You go through the engine room to get to the stairs where the fuel is stored and the engine room and the workshop is housed. So as she descends, though, she looks more impressed as she sees Pim's Echo and Pim's Voyager lined up in various states of damage, and is intrigued by your workshop.
And the
And the
Romnipotent,
Romnipotent.
and
the
the
Romnipotent.
Vesuvius, and the plasma projector, and our storage of armory and weapon. Armor and weapons that we've been collecting from pirate ships that we've raided, and
Yep.
the coffee sniffer in the distance.
She just
And
says,
the cabinet is just full of Molotovs.
I mean, there is a production of Molotovs, yeah.
she just says, "Wow, you've really found your people, Lockie."
Yeah, they're a good bunch.
This is
And so
workshop.
it's lovely.
Who knew that after 700 years spending time in a trash, one of my favorite hobbies would be to create machines to turn other things into trash?
That's a really depressing origin story.
Pim, you have
I
very
don't mind
strange
it.
way of thinking, and I kind of like it, but it is very confusing sometimes.
So,
Tazi, you're welcome to use this space when Doctor says you are fit to do so.
okay. Are you Darius? She says, kind of pointing to you. What kind of compromising like smoker position do you think you would be in?
I probably have my feet up on the table. One of Pim's like shattered plates being used as an ashtray because it's been blown off him anyway. So I'm just like, I don't give a fuck. And I'm currently drawing in a sketch pad of something that looks kind of complex.
Sorry.
And I just look up with the start and just smile softly and go, "Ah, she's pretty, Lockie."
She kind of blushes and goes, "Oh, thank you."
Catalina will walk over, put the coffee on the table. This is better for you than the cigarettes. Courtesy of Pim. I don't give a fuck. Your habits are your own. Unlike you, I don't disgrace people for their weaknesses.
I sort of just smirk and put the cigarette out and pick up the coffee. Thanks, Catalina.
Catalina said that, by the way, with a grin, to let you know that she forgives you for what happened last time.
But don't forget.
Yes, but she hasn't forgotten. She forgives you, but she doesn't forget.
I'm gonna get up and stand like bolt upright, military position, and introduce myself via military rank and all of that. And then the moment I'm done, I'm just like, Daria Shivani, third comms officer, da. And then the moment it's done, I just go, oh, well, you know, at least I was. Now I'm kind of a fugitive, a terrorist, and the comms officer of this ship. Nice to meet you.
She begins like quietly impressed with the formality of this, and then her expression drops a bit as you start mentioning various crimes.
Yeah.
Catalina's gonna pat him on the back and be like, "Stop scaring our new guest."
I just chuckle and I'm gonna pull out my laser pistol and pass it to her, like just handle first to Tazi and go, "Look, if you're joining the crew, I mean, look, I at least have a bounty hunter after me, or maybe two, I don't fucking know. But the point is this could go south at some point, knowing us. Just keep a weapon."
The whole time you're doing that, Lockie's behind just like...
I'm just ignoring him.
Perhaps I should make a weapon that is more suited to Tazi's needs.
Probably. Oh, hey, Pim. And I'm just like holding up to a camera. Do you think we can make this later?
Very well.
Picture.
That does look very intricate. Would you allow me to make some changes?
I mean, it looks cool. Yeah, all right, whatever you need.
Nothing external. I had an idea for the internal.
Oh, side note, Pim and Darius, just quickly, what are we doing with Coffee Sniffer? Because I would really like to work on a new project, and it could come very much in handy.
Pim, looking at the designs I've just given you, they use about 50% of Coffee Sniffer's parts.
The idea I had, or I should probably say this is Pim. I had an idea regarding your motorcycle, Catalina. Are you okay if I take it apart and fuse it with certain parts of the Coffee Sniffer?
Oh.
Which, by the way, I don't like the name.
The sniff.
The sniff.
If this is plan, is what I was planning to do. I want to upgrade my bike. So, yeah, if you wish to do this, I just want to help.
Very well.
I want to get my hands dirty. It's been a while. Also, Coffee Sniffer is shit name. Who come up with this?
I sort of scrunch up plans in my hand as I'm listening to this and just go, never mind. Anyway, Tazi, welcome to the ship.
Wait, no, Darius. You said
What?
50% of coffee sniffer. I use other 50%, huh? We share.
Oh,
You had
Yes.
plans, no?
That's why I said I need to make some changes.
I sort of just toss it to the side for the moment and just turn back to Tazi. Look, sorry, I'm not all in my right mind at the moment. I don't think anyone here really is, to be blunt. But I'm glad you're okay. At least
when you get as old as me, everything hurts.
At least Lockie went leaps and bounds beyond what I would do for anyone else, so you're obviously worth it at least. And I just pick up the coffee cup and I'm not waiting for replies or anything. I'm just walking out and ignoring her. Because he's just embarrassed. He's like bright red.
Oh. Did Darius actually use his feelings?
Catalina, once he walks out...
Alright, what the fuck?
Once
Just
he,
use his feelings as a projectile.
once Darius walks out, Catalina will turn to Tazi and just go, he's a little rough around the edges, but he's good inside.
He's
takes some
an
getting
acquired
used to.
taste.
He's better expression. But he's
that
good.
impression.
He's not very good at well, he was very military in the past. So he's come a long way.
That makes sense.
Come, let's keep going. We need to go around storage room. Your room is other side.
Mm-hmm. So you make your way into the cargo hold. I'm just pasting in Lucia because as you pass by, she came down here and is basically doing some some weights and
there's a punching bag there as well.
Yeah, she's doing weights in both hands and is trying her best to not attract attention or pay any attention to what you're doing. So you pass by and show her into the main guest quarters. The map is not currently representative, but you show the room you've reconfigured with a single bed, sofa, shelving. You pulled the fold-away toilet out of the wall so that she would know where it is, and she just looks around and goes, "Oh, this space for me? So nice."
I mean, look, the way I see it is, we are all strangers to you. I figure you'd like to get to know us a little bit more before you share our space, no? So you have private space until then. And if you do not wish to share space with us, you don't have to. Is, respect of privacy for you.
Okay. So as she is wheeled inside and she kind of looks around and goes, "Oh, nice." She in the moment of you showing her around, she will take a moment and try and get the attention of Lockie again. Catalina, how would you describe your current emotional state?
Catalina's?
Yes.
In colors or in actual emotions?
Both.
Okay. I'd say probably a little green and possibly purple and pink.
Just leave it at that. That'll do. Yeah, go with that, Rory.
I can tell you what that means, Rory, if you'd like.
I'm joking.
It's essentially nervous, happy, excited, but anxious as well.
So as she gets Lockie to bend down again to be at her head height, she says, "Why is your friend Catalina so nervous?"
How can you tell?
Her hair. It's strange. Yeah.
That makes.
It's not in the shape I'm used to, and her thoughts are very disorganized. But yeah, she's nervous about something.
Yeah, it's a long story. There's a lot to tell you about, but where we're going, there's a bit of issues for her.
Okay. If there's anything I can do to help, I'm here.
Do
I
I
suppose.
hear any of that? Because I'm still standing in the doorway. I'm not
Yeah,
in the room.
I'd say you would probably hear bits and pieces, like she would subtly but not so subtly point to you, and you would hear you'd probably hear, why is she nervous?
Catalina is politely not paying attention.
Hmm.
But I guess she's noticed but not really, pretending not to notice.
Fair enough.
Politely ignorant.
Mhm.
Right.
Also, you will find there is some armor when you're well enough to wear it if you need it, and some more clothes in the wardrobe for you.
Thank you.
The cameras are off downstairs. Is anyone able to hear me?
Yes.
Yes. What do you need, Pim?
I have prepared some food and drink for Tazi. She must be starving.
I got it. I'll come up to the kitchen.
Very well.
So, with all that, I would say Tazi feels very much at home, and as her food is brought down by Darius, she kind of just says, "Oh, thank you."
It's all good. You have all got to eat, right?
Yeah, I assume it's been a while since I've had solid food, so this will be interesting. And she starts to tuck in.
Just take it easy. There is no rush to recovery. Just remember that.
Yeah.
And that's where
So-
Catalina will sort of like tip her head kind of and just leave them to it.
Yeah. At this point, Dimitri, you had already successfully plotted a course through drive space when Darius called the meeting that was interrupted by Tazi waking up. So you've got a course plotted, which you can undergo if you want. However, I will let you guys know, just from a gameplay perspective, if you were hoping to send any messages and have them potentially make it back to you by the end of your trip, now is the time.
Da. So, after all of this, Catalina will get Darius. Hey, Darius.
He's just sort of staring off into space when you grab him, and he just glances up and goes, yeah.
We need to make that message. The encrypted one to the ship.
What?
You remember the news. The fleet, the Pandor fleet, come in
right.
to the local space, and Harboners seem to take over. My brother he worked on...
Oh, right, you're trying to contact your brother, that's right. Okay.
You wanted to contact them anyway to find out what's going on. So we do that.
Yeah.
But in it, can you encode message of, just... My brother will understand. Little dandelion.
Oh, no.
Little dandelion.
Da. Is what he used to call me because I never give up and could never cut me down. It's a long story. It's very, very poor joke. It sounds cuter in my language.
Yeah, right. Give me a shit. Fuck.
He will
He's
know what it
obviously
means.
just not all there at the moment. So you're not even sure if he's capable of it at the moment.
After her little word vomit, because she was very focused on herself, she's like really anxious about all of this going on. Like, she'll put a hand on your shoulder and go, Darius, are you okay?
Yeah, never mind. What, yeah, little dandelion. I got it. Just
Darius,
give me your...
are you okay? And she looks you dead in the eye with a very serious face. She knows you better than that.
He doesn't answer and he just puts his hand out for your compad.
Okay, but if you need anything, and she'll hand you the compad.
Yeah.
Let me know.
All right.
I'm here for you.
So with the message, I'm going to use standard encryption, but I'm just going to be blunt. And when I identify the ship, I'm going to say the Gloved Molotov in brackets, little dandelion. It's just as blunt as obvious as can be. And I'm just going to write in the message. Are probably going to be coming into the star space near the Pando Corp. We just wanted to ensure that Pando Corp recognizes us as non-hostile. I was just wanting to send out the message beforehand because I understand it's an active war zone.
Did you say that our ship was Little Dandelion?
No, Gloved Molotov and then in brackets, Little Dandelion.
Because I was going to say, there's a panel on the outside that Catalina could very much redecorate to say Little Dandelion on it.
No, it's all good. It's all good. And I'll just continue on, basically just making a declaration of intent. So that we will be traveling through the area at some point. We're non-hostiles. Does Pando Corp give us permission to do so?
Okay.
And then, like, a series of queries of, like, and by the way, what's the situation like down there? Like, you know, are we going to get open fired upon by everyone just coming into the airspace? Is it safe? Like, we're just traders, man. We're just traders, you know.
Okay. Okay. Do you sign off the message with a name, or just be like the Gloved Molotov?
Considering I've been on news in some areas, and I think, yeah, it would be in this area, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you probably don't want to announce yourself in this sector.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be putting my name because my name would not be household, but common enough that if someone who was really adamantly watching and recording the news, they might catch it. So, no, I'll just sign it Gloved Molotov.
Okay. Cool. So you prepare a standard encryption and just send that out, not making many efforts to be coy or guile, just being like, okay.
Obviously avoiding all the problem points that I know will get blocked.
Yeah.
Catalina will resend the message. I think I already said that earlier. Never mind.
Yes. I've got a lot of different pages going on, so bear with me, fans. Oh, the common messages to Tarsi, they were adorable. But it's okay, because she's here now. Oh, yes, here we go. Resend message on the 13th of June. 3200.
And it's just got a, like, subtext to it that says, sorry, your last response didn't make it through.
Yep.
It'd be hilarious if the last message was actually just like, woo, we got a fleet.
I mean, like, hey, that would have been cool, but, you know, it was a message to her family, so, I mean, if I mean, that'd be really some mixed emotions for Catalina. Hey, you got off the planet. Wait, why are you in a fleet? What are you planning on doing? You guys better be okay. Do you need help? Is a war about to break out? Do I need to get my battle gear on? I mean, she's always in her battle gear, but still.
Yeah.
Indeed. She can't take it off.
Not anymore.
Lockie's got a little bit more to say to Tazi just before he leaves her to her.
Sure thing. Any other messages to consider before we move on to a conversation?
I would have sent one to my mother.
Okay.
With a basic outline of a treatment plan for a brain injury and trying to get her thoughts on it.
If this is still my stuff, I'm actually going to be putting in pop-ups for any... I'm doing something really nasty with the messages. I'm scanning them specifically for injuries related to that or the data that I deleted earlier, and I'm going to stop them from going through.
Oh.
And I'm going to pick it up and come to you if it contains anything related to Darius's research.
Okay, I will. So, I've got thoughts. Before we get to that, any other messages?
Yes.
Just
I
mine.
can't remember the code word we used because I can't find the previous messages. But
That's okay.
for now, I'm just going to go with Auntie May, but I can't remember what the auntie name actually was.
Aunt Sweetie.
Sweetie, thank you, Auntie Sweetie. Catalina's going to send another message to Auntie Sweetie on Yakuta.
Mm-hmm.
And just say, hey, Aunt Sweetie. This will be a text message, not a video. Not a video message. It's been some time. I finally found my way more locally. Gonna go visit the family on Kupie. Hopefully the flowers are in bloom over there and I haven't missed the flower season. Maybe after my trip, I'll come and visit you. It has been a long time, but I'm doing okay. Although a little bit's changed since the last time we caught up, so I might have a bit to fill you in. I might have a bit of news for you. Would be great to catch up. Miss you so much. Love whatever it was that I signed myself off as, which I can't remember now.
You used your real name.
Did I?
Right. Yes. Well, they used your real name, and so you did in reply.
Okay, so love Catalina.
Mm-hmm.
And now she has a new nickname. It is the Iron Queen.
They don't know that.
The Iron Princess. One of these.
So much mail. Okay.
She's just checking in.
During the break.
Yeah, she's essentially just checking in with headquarters and just letting them know, hey, so to decipher that message, hey, I'm finally on my way to the news.
The lead, yeah.
Yeah, not sure if it's still relevant, which was the whole flowers thing, but hopefully it is. Once I've been there, I'll check in with you again, maybe even come down and visit. And the whole changes thing and got news is just her current situation. Things have changed.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Makes sense. I can pass the subtext.
Yeah.
Pim, you also hope to send a message.
Yeah, just a basic status report request sent to the world I was heading to, because he's finally decrypted some of the information regarding Frohala.
To Pim, to like where on Thorhala?
Just sort of like there was originally a base of
Yeah.
which he was headed to, so it would be to that base.
So Pim to Thorhala base 1.
Mm-hmm.
And what does the message say?
It's basically requesting a current status of Thorhala. Food, water, population, politics, etc.
Mm-hmm. Where does the message look like it's coming from?
I think he'd make it look like it was the ship he was on before the scream.
Can you just make me a computer's roll to try and see if you can fabricate that false transmission ID?
Where is it again? There it is. Not dext. Dexterity. Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty solid roll. Okay, sweet. Right, so Dr. Charles, you were running a range of diagnostics and calculations, computations based on the scans you performed of Darius's brain.
Yes, but the way it's ended up, because I've been doing research with it, is it's filled out like an entry into a medical journal.
Yeah. So you've had like 6 to 8 days of travel time to properly parse and understand this information. So I'm just going to tell you what you really got out of the information and all of the like models and computations you were running in the supercomputer.
Yeah.
So you ran many different simulations and attempts, treatment, all being calculated and experimented with. All so far have come back negative in terms of their viability and success. With your understanding of pre-tech and after consulting your results, this will not be easy, what you're attempting. You did yield a bit, like your most promising results came when you cross-referenced your work with your father's limb regrowth work, but still, it's like his work was pretty underdeveloped, and so it's a long way off. Based on your understanding of pre-tech academia and psychics, you would be able to understand that very similar research would have been attempted in the past, even before the scream, because what's happened to Darius traditionally happens to psychics when they use their powers irrationally and potentially torch themselves. So people pre-tech would have potentially attempted something like this or tried to do this work to repair the damage they did to themselves. So the main summary is that you think you've progressed as far as you can with the available data, and you either need to find some lost pre-tech lore or a specialist, but you aren't sure where to start.
So basically, yeah, I'm going to send her that information, what I found out, and then ask in the end credit saying basically, if you have any other information pertinent to this, could you send me a copy so I could study it?
Okay.
About half an hour after you've sent it, because I'm almost certainly going to have set up keywords to stop that going out, I'm just going to knock on your bedroom door holding 2 cups of coffee.
It depends on what the keywords are.
Brain, hypothalamus, just random common words that could only be related. And if I see that it's not, then I'd let it go. But I'm gonna knock on your Do you want me to roll computers to see if I catch it?
Yes, and I will
I'd say
have...
roll tech medical to see if you catch it.
Roll
no,
it.
Because really, it's going to look like is a
you know what?
random entry into a medical journal.
That is it. That is a fair point. Your ability to see the mail coming and going is it's literally your job. So you will see it coming and going. I would say we're rolling tech medical to have sufficient understanding of what you're reading to realize it's about you.
Okay, intelligence?
Yes, intelligence. You understand. Actually, no, you understand. I mean, yeah, you understand.
That's an 11 with a -1, so it's double sixes.
Oh my god.
No, 5 and 6, sorry.
That's still pretty high.
Who are you sleeping with at roll 20?
The person that hates Lockie here.
I'm gonna come up to Charles's door and knock on it, holding 2 cups of coffee. You in, Doc?
Before we start this, we should drop back to Tazi and stuff, and we'll get back to our conversation afterwards.
Yeah, Ash has been pretty patient.
Yeah, I'd imagine that before I leave that room and leave Tazi and Lockie together, I'd ask for Compad.
Yep.
And I'd enter in my number and a button and say, if you ever need anything, just press the button. I'll be right here.
Thank you.
And I'd walk out and leave them alone.
He's a very good doctor.
He is a good doctor. Hey, Darcy.
Yeah?
You're welcome to stay as long as you want. I mean, I don't know what you plan to do, but take as long as you need to work it out. I mean, if you want, you can stay with us. I'm sure the crew will be fine with it. But if you want to move on, that's fair. But you're welcome here.
The crew here does seem very nice, and I don't actually know what I want to do. It's all so sudden. It feels like yesterday that I was working with the crew of the Hayabusa. I was helping people, making a difference, and now I'm here.
Well, I'd like to think that we're helping people as well, but I just want to let you know it can get a little dangerous around here too.
Yeah.
You know how I am.
I just feel like so much has changed so quickly, and it's a lot. This really is a lot, and she starts to like tear up a little bit, which you suspect she may have been holding back until the two of you were alone.
Fair enough.
And she just like I assume you kind of like knelt down to be like face to face conversation with her. Like she like start to like ugly cry and then like wheel towards you a bit and try and get a hug in.
Yeah, he'd just like rest her head in his shoulder, and he'll probably just be there with her for a bit until she calms down.
Yeah, she gets some crying in after all this.
This is exactly why Catalina gave her own space, her own stuff.
After she comes out and like I seem saying like 5 half sentences of just the crew things like that make absolutely no sense, but clearly she's working through some stuff. She kind of tries to recompose herself and says, "Yeah, I don't know what my life looks like right now, but I think I'll stay for now."
At that, I think Lockie's going to like pull away for a little bit, and she will probably be one of the few people who will actually see a tear or two in his eyes. And he'll be like, "I'm happy to hear that. Honestly, I'm just happy to see you're okay."
And I'm so happy to see you. I felt, I know I was very supportive and encouraging when you left, but it was hard, you know. We got to know each other so well, and then you left.
You're right, though. I needed this.
Yeah. It seems like a good fit for you.
No, it's my best chance of helping everyone back home.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And now you've got the best mechanic in the sector to get this ship
right.
in top shape, right?
Don't like
Actually,
to hear you
there's
say
something.
Wait, did you say Catalina or Pim?
that. Catalina.
Oh,
Nah.
Pim's listening. No one told him to leave. Like, he's still there.
He's just sitting there like, this is awkward.
Catalina actually is super excited for another girl mechanic to be around.
Oh, actually, that's a point. Lucky, is this the point where I leave?
Like,
Yeah, that was like 20 minutes ago.
upon
I see.
upon hearing Pim, like Tally starts to like try and like dry her snotty nose on her arm, and like wipe her tears with just to regain some composure. So, like, oh, so he can see the entire ship.
No, I cannot see the guest decks. Catalina's interference prevented it.
Catalina disabled all the cameras in the guest room that Tazi's staying in.
But she did not disable the communication. Hence, I have heard
For safety.
everything.
Yeah, so your voice is probably coming from the door open-close panel next to the door.
Yes. She recognized that there needed to be vocals for safety, but no cameras. She knows Pim well enough.
I'm just gonna go. You two kids have fun.
The door just closes. And the mic just turns off.
She says, "This is going to take some getting used to."
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they all take some getting used to. But when you're feeling a bit more back on your feet, I think I might have a job for you already.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you know the details, but for now, get some rest.
Sounds like a good idea. Could you help me into this bed, please?
Of course.
She wheels over. You scoop her up and place her into her bed, and she gets all snugly under the covers and starts to nap. This is the most wholesome. Very okay with it.
This is a nice light change compared to the end of last session.
Everything up and murder and...
There was a lot of silence there.
Mm-hmm.
It was a
This is
blissful
just very
silence.
pleasant. Yes.
So she's napping, and has Lockie
Yes.
left the room yet?
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah. He'll probably sit there for a bit to make sure she does, like, go to sleep and that she's okay. And then he'll probably leave her be.
I think at that, just based on time, it is good timing for a break. When we come back in, we will have the inevitable conversation between Darius and Dr. Charles about doctor-patient confidentiality.
There was nothing in there that referred to him as being a patient.
I know, but still.
But it's a
That's
funny way to
stupid.
put it.
That's actually not what the conversation is about. But yeah, we'll play.
I mean, it kind
It
of
was
works.
Kind of phrase. But yes,
Oh, God.
we'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes, and then we will continue on with this presumably very wholesome roleplay heavy session of the Molotov.
It's a nice change from all the combat.
Indeed.
But I'm so mad because
It just depends how much Charles pisses me off.
Yeah.
Kidding.
Well, it goes both ways, buddy.
I know.
at this point, Darius, Dr. Charles is a bit scary.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So yeah.
He's been hulking it up, man.
That's
We will
definitely
be
true.
back in.
Alright.
From Serenity, I can kill you with my brain.
We'll be back in about 15 minutes, so 20 past.
See you in a bit.
Go.
Get it together.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Mail Time with the crew of the Gloved Molotov. As they have discussed many pieces of communication that I have to write replies to. Okay. I signed up for this gig and I
Those
love
who want to cross bamboozle off on their bingo, now's the
it. However,
Touche.
there
That's actually
there
getting us
is-
real close to bingo. I forgot to post the bingo today. Sorry, guys.
that's not good. There is a pressing conversation to be had between Dr. Charles and Darius. As Dr. Charles is trying to ask for help from his mother, Darius, as the comms officer, has intercepted the outgoing mail and isn't happy about it.
I'm just knocking on Charles's door with 2 coffees in my hand and just, Doc, you in?
I just sort of like sitting at my desk. I'm just going to call out it's open while I continue to work on my data pad.
Yeah, I just sort of shove it open with a single foot and put a coffee down on his table in front of him and take. Do you have 2 seats in the room?
There would be a second seat for patient consultations, though it's
okay.
probably like a fold-out chair for storage.
How you going, Doc?
Yes. Wasn't expecting her to wake up quite yet, but
Well, no,
it is good. She seems to be doing well.
pretty good though, isn't it? You're more skilled than I realized.
I wish I was more skilled, trust me.
I got a confession to make.
Yes.
I blocked this, and I just hold up my compad to show you the email. I pretty in depth. From what I tell, it seems to be that it's closest to your father's research. Is that right?
It takes parts from here and there.
I
I
was
was using his research as a basis for what I was trying to do, but there are other things in play.
Yeah. I thought I asked Pim to delete this data, honestly, but I
And I
expected
have
he
a data
wouldn't.
set that my data is my data. You do
that's
realize
the-
that this research doesn't only affect yourself, right?
I sort of look up at that and then look back down at the phone. Is that why you're so insistent on it?
I'm a doctor. I want to help people. And if this research can actually fix you, it can fix a lot of others.
Yeah, that's the thing, Charles. I don't want to.
That is your choice. But by blocking it, you're taking the choice away from many others that could benefit from this research. If you've read in detail the actual document, it does not refer to you in any way.
No,
It refers to your
that
injury.
no, that's fine. But
That is it.
no, that's fine, Charles. I was just wondering, why are you going this far?
I am a doctor. I am here to help people, especially people on this ship.
Look,
Why would I
I'm
not?
pretty functional as a crew member as is.
But you're saying you would be more functional if I was to fix the issues that you currently have.
No. I'm saying I don't know what happens if you do manage to fix it. You don't either. My personality might change. I might lose memories. Shit, if I forget the experience I learned about Pim, I'd rather take the brain damage, to be honest.
There is no way to know what the side effects are because, as I've said in my research, I don't have an answer quite yet. I have basis of research and something that my mother can look into to maybe advance it. And that would help a lot of people on Elfdus. But there is no answer to how to fix the problem currently. And it's going to take quite a bit more research before I can give any sort of answer.
At that, I think Darius is just going to pause for a moment and look at you very, very, very blankly, like this pure poker face. And he's just going to ask, are you doing this because it can help people or because you think you can help me?
Why can't it be both? I would never force a treatment on someone that did not want it.
No, I understand that.
I would research it because I know it can help others other than yourself. And then if at some point in your life you wanted the treatment, I would be more than happy to offer it. But I'm not doing this just for you. There are plenty of psychics that end up with the same damage that you currently have because of what our abilities do to our brains. This could help so many people get back to some form of normalcy.
I just sort of hold the phone up as he's talking and just send it on in front of him to his parents. And I go, You're a decent doctor, Charles, and a good friend.
I try to be. It doesn't always work.
And I just shake his hand and walk out. Or put my hand on his shoulder, because he's probably not got a hand extended or anything. So I just put my hand on his shoulder and walk out.
He's probably drinking tea.
No, as you walk out, you notice that like right next to my data slab is a glass of whiskey.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't bother formulating anything for me, but if you reckon this is for other people, go ahead.
Formulating it for you would be formulating it for others. It's one in the same.
I'm probably not going to reply to that. I'm just going to stand there for a bit and then walk away.
Fair enough. Okay. Sounds to me like you guys have done a lot of what you set out to do prior to making your next jump. So, during the last session, Dimitri rolled a successful 10 on the first jump required by the Gloved Molotov to make it to the next hex. I'll just bring us over to the system map for Sector Valhalla and Kappa. So, you have 2 jumps of fuel left within you after jumping away from hex 407 with Aegialeia. And so with this next jump, you proceed. 6 days pass until you make it here. Just so I can sequence this appropriately, could you please make the remaining 2 navigation rolls just so I know how to structure the storytelling?
Sure. Are we assisting with this?
I certainly can.
I believe Pim is the only other person who has access to the navigation skill, so yes, he can roll a navigation roll and potentially give Dimitri a +1 to
In the
his roll.
past, I've used science to also give a plus if I can.
What was that?
roll it.
That was all gut.
That was very quiet.
I said in the past I've used science to give a plus if I can roll it.
I've also used tactics in the past as well.
Yeah, I
Yeah, but that was for firing a gun.
the system though.
Yes, like that's okay. So in the past, you use science to assist him plotting courses throughout regular space when in combat. Navigating through dry space is a different kettle of fish, and does require specific training in the navigation skill. So yes, with Pim's assistance, you are able to make it to the next hex. Pim, make one more assist roll, and then and if it's successful, Dimitri, you'll get a +1 on your final. Actually, no. Wait. Oh wait. No, yes, you do that. But so you arrive in this hex, and you have to travel 2 days into the star at the center of this system. Spend 4 days scooping it for 1 jump's worth of fuel. Travel 2 days back out again, and then you can make a jump.
I just rolled 12. Just want people to know.
Yep. So Dimitri, please make 1 more navigation roll with a +1 thanks to Pim.
Apparently, 8 is what I roll.
Indeed.
Twice.
And so you are able to make it to hex 209, which contains the planet Papadias. Now, not to skip over that time, because you have just spent you have all just spent 26 days together on the ship in drive space. What would you all like to do with that time?
Every day I would have organised with Tazi to do a rehabilitation session in the cargo bay.
She would have been quite grateful for that. So to those who would be looking on, it'll be things like making sure her muscles work, perhaps asking Pim or Catalina to assemble some rudimentary like walking frames so that she can try and hold herself up with her arm and begin walking, trying to exercise those muscles, and more things besides. And could you please make me a tech medical roll to see how well your instruction and application has been able to help her recover?
Using what skill?
Intelligence seems fair.
Ugh.
What's he doing?
Oof. He is making a roll to do Tazi's rehab.
Okay.
Basically, her physical rehabilitation after spending a month in a coma.
Would I be able to assist with that, considering I've got a pretty fair background in like physical stuff, like training and things like that?
Yes. So you may be able to turn it from a 4 to a 5 if you are able to help enough.
Would that come under profession?
That would come under tech medical.
Tech medical intelligence?
Yeah.
Helps if I try and roll the right roll.
Indeed.
I tried to roll Meltech.
Oh boy, that's all kinds of not correct.
Forbidden tech.
Show me what you got. Okay, so you are able to render it from a 4 to a 5. Tazi's progress is a bit intermittent. She is even bad therapy is going to be doing something after the better part of a month. So she is able to do things like she can stand independently. She can get around the ship more or less okay, but she does have to take frequent breaks in chairs just to catch her breath as she's doing this.
When she's resting from actual like physical therapy, Catalina's gonna help her resharpen her mental and her hands, and do some tinkering with her, even if it's just basic stuff like pulling apart weapons and putting them back together. Just like because Catalina would understand the importance of those small motor skills.
Yes.
So she'll work on that with her a little bit. Just kind of make it fun and not really make it out to be like she's helping her rebuild those muscles, but still be
Yeah. I would say that your assist role would count as that activity during all this time. And like, while you are concerned that you're perhaps being a bit condescending and are like throwing her a bone, anything she can do to like fix or tinker or mess around, she will like jump at. And in the first few weeks, her like
get her to help me and Pim pull apart the motorcycle and the coffee sniffer and rebuild it.
Okay. Like in her first few weeks, her grip strength and fine motor skills are spotty, and more than once she'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I've dropped the multi-tool. Could somebody pass it to me?" But she's always very enthusiastic and happy-go-lucky, and is prepared to do any kind of useful part of this if possible because she wants to feel useful.
Yeah, Catalina.
I think it's worth mentioning.
Yeah.
I think it's worth mentioning that Pim would not interact with Tarzi at all unless she interacted with him, and even then he wouldn't with her very much.
Okay. Well, in that case, Catalina will just let her help her pull apart the motorcycle and put it back together. Pull it apart, clean it, put it back together, make repairs, make modifications, because that's what Catalina planned to do on the trip anyway.
Yes. And that would dominate a decent amount of your time. Can you then please make me a post-tech roll to see? I mean, I assume you will be able to finish whatever you're attempting, but just to make sure that you're able to bring it together correctly and well.
Intelligence or dexterity?
Whichever you'd rather. I believe it's the same for you. Is it?
Nope. Yes. Intelligence and dexterity are both +1.
Yeah. Go for it.
Although, once my Echo is, I assume it gets fixed within the first couple.
Yeah.
Catalina would help you fix
the remainder of the. For the remainder of the travel, would stay in the Echo.
Yeah. It makes sense that Pim would prioritize getting his bodies up and running again. So yeah.
There is one other thing that Catalina would like to do, and then I'll shut up so other people can talk.
Okay.
Is she'll go to Dr. Charles at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, if you have some spare time, I was wondering. Well, you're a psychic, duh. You're familiar with Psytech, duh. I have been working on this, and she holds out her arms, and she like closes her eyes and visibly concentrating. Her hair actually kind of goes like completely one color, probably purple, and then you start to see rainbow colors drift over the skin of her arms. But barely there. It's like, it's super, super, super vague.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
I've been discovering some interesting things about my new body. That is very challenging. Can you help me get better at it? Do you have any tips or maybe
I
some...
could try.
If not, it's fine. I will just go back to the room and just sit and stare at arms until it works. It's been working so far, but...
Dr. Charles, as part of your education as a psychic, you would know that you learned certain like fundamental but potentially overlooked tenets as part of your training, which is knowing where to focus your energy, how to be at peace, how to concentrate, to reliably and consistently achieve the desired effect of your abilities safely. And I'd wager that while you don't know you don't know how effective that would be, it seems like she is in need of that kind of learning.
Yeah,
Basically,
I figured.
She's coming to you for the basics because she has absolutely no idea. This is the first time she personally has encountered psi-tech or psychic abilities or anything like that. It's technically
I'd
psi-tech, I
probably
suppose.
run you through how we were taught to clear the mind to get our abilities to work properly, the way we wanted them to, and not flare out. Which is why my telekinesis doesn't listen to me too well, because I haven't had time to just sit and relax and concentrate.
Yeah, I'd say that if like along with you providing physical rehab for Tazi, like actually getting Catalina to yield positive results would require you committing like daily sessions of like an hour or so in like trained meditation on this trip to yield progress.
Just as a note, Catalina is absolutely terrible at meditation. She struggles to
Surprising.
sit and do nothing. However,
Oh, what a surprise.
if you tell her to sit and concentrate on something, she does it impeccably. Which you'll discover as this goes on.
Yeah, so you have kind of and not the best student you've ever had. Actually, I'd say this is your first student you've ever had.
She
in
does it
this
to
kind
the
of
best
thing.
of her ability. Like, she's 100% trying, but you just see she's just struggling
Yes,
with
you
the
are
whole...
100% trying.
Yes! So, anyway, I'm sure other people want to
Child
do
comes
things.
to Dimitri and says, "What the hell do I do with her?" And you say, slap her on the back of the head with a bottle of vodka. She concentrates very well then.
He would know. He's probably spent the most time
If you
with her.
don't do it properly, we'll give you
No,
a
no.
participation award.
I said you hit her with the vodka, not drink it.
Hmm.
Look, she
Okay.
has something to concentrate on then. Like,
So-
oh, it hurts.
We have covered. Wow, brain fail. So Dr. Charles, like at the very least, several hours of your day is dominated by helping Tazi recover and struggling through the basics of focus and meditation recovery.
So basically, I'd wake up in the morning, I'd set up all of the scenarios that I want the supercomputer to go through over the day,
Mhm.
and then after that, I basically go downstairs, deal with them, and then I'll go back up and sift through my data.
Indeed. You mentioned having an interest in trying to figure out the syringe,
Oh yes, that as well.
the mystery syringe. So could you make me a pre-tech roll, please, to see what kind of results you yield from your investigations throughout your trip?
Intelligence or wisdom?
Intelligence.
Perception sort of thing.
It's. I would allow wisdom in this specific case, and if you roll high enough, I'll explain why.
Oh, finally, I get a good roll.
Okay, that is pretty damn forward. So, with an 11, you're still not exactly sure what the liquid in this syringe does.
Damn.
However, you do get some context clues that may help you piece something together. So, previously, you put a lot of your focus on the liquid itself and how that functions. But as you are doing your research on that, you realize that whatever this is, it's not finished. Like, this is some kind of serum primed to do something once it's been combined with something else. And then you start thinking about the actual syringe and the weird kind of large section that houses the liquid and that weird cord that comes off the back that has a secondary syringe. So you focus more of your attention on that, and you realize, based on your perception of its functionality, that this weird secondary syringe is basically how they would collect the missing piece required to infuse this serum with what it needs. And once you suss that out, you kind of pick up some context clues based on how that syringe is built to figure out what needs to be collected. And it looks like it needs some kind of tissue sample. Like you would inject this syringe into some kind of life form. It would take a sample from that life form, maybe splice it with the liquid, and then then it does something based on that combination, and then you can inject the completed serum into somebody else.
Well, that's slightly disturbing. But on that note, would it have anything to do with one of the jars that I took from the lab?
What jars did you take?
It had a body part in it. That's all I remember.
Yes. That's all of the body parts in jars were where they were because they contained cyberware, and were being observed and studied for that reason.
So I need to figure out what it needs.
Yeah. So that is your takeaway from this, like, rigorous investigation, and you do kind of get pretty tired from all of this work you're putting. But yeah, that is your takeaway from an 11. So good, valuable roll there, bud.
Oh, God.
Help, I'm Jeff Goldblum.
Okay, so
I'll kill you.
now that basically all of Dr. Charles' time is accounted for, what would everybody else like to do? We also know what mostly what Catalina's doing. Pim, since part of your time is allocated to Catalina, we'll do you next.
When I'm not in the Echo, most of the time I'm going to be in the Echo. I'm going to be helping Catalina take apart some of the coffee sniffer to help her with her project. Mm-hmm. I'm also going to be helping Darius take apart the remainder legs as well of the coffee sniffer to help create his drone. Apologies. He's going to be keeping Tazi at arm's length, though. And there's a reason for it, but he will only really respond to her if she talks to him. But usually he won't say more than he has.
I think something you would catch on to quickly enough is that Tazi is a decently intuitive person, and after about a week of attempted conversations, she would maybe corner you a little bit in the workshop in her wheelchair and just say, "Pim, would you mind if I speak to you, please?"
Yes. How can I help you?
I'm beginning to get the sense that you might not like me, and I wanted to ask why that was.
I'm not familiar with the concept of dislike towards you, Tazi.
Oh, okay. Well, would you like me to explain? Oh, this feels weird.
If you could.
I suppose you find something about me unpleasant? That's how I phrase that? Boy,
no. I do not find anything about you unpleasant, Tazi.
Okay. Well, it's just, I feel like you've been, ignoring me a little bit. I'm very curious about you as an AI, and you look so nice in this body, and I wanted to maybe talk to you more about it, but I feel like it's difficult.
About the body? I assure you it works how it's supposed to, but there are other options than to proposition me, Tazi.
No, that was not... She kind of scoots back in her chair a little bit and says, no, that is not what I meant at all. I'm just... You're an artificial intelligence. You're a relic of a bygone age. You're amazing. I just wanted to get to know you.
I had the same issue when I first met the members of the Gloved Molotov. They didn't see me, as Pim, but as a marvel, a relic of a past age. They didn't see me for me. Hence why I may have been keeping you at arm's length.
I'm so sorry. I didn't... Wait, so you're... Are you sentient?
That is correct, for the most part.
I'm so sorry. I feel like such a fool. I thought that... I don't know what I thought. I was so caught up in the idea of you that I didn't think about the actual you. I'm so sorry.
In future, if you would like to refer to me, please refer to me as Pim, not the AI.
Of course. I will be respectful. Thank you for speaking to me honestly, Pim.
You are very welcome. Can I help you with your wheelchair in any fashion? It looks like the wheel on the right side.
I think you might be right. I think once we get to wherever we're going, I may need to pick up a replacement. This one's fine, but it's not the best.
Very well. Instead of picking up one, I will design one for you.
So all of you, I will help.
Very well. You might want to bring along Catalina. She is very bubbly and excited about these things. Whereas I usually only get excited about making things make other things go boom.
Okay, I can get interested in that. I would say that by the time this conversation has kicked in, Catalina, you've had a decent amount of time to get to know Tazi and would. I'm not going to assume, but I feel like she's tried her best to become friends with you, just because she's just a very friendly person.
I just imagine it, the two spot each other after like a week. Just magnetic force.
I mean, Catalina isn't like that, but it would be hilarious.
They've got a secret handshake. We know it.
So.
Oh no, they'd probably have a secret handshake, but Catalina's a little bit too dry, we'll say.
So Lockie's going to be suspicious every time you two are hanging out about what stories you're telling him about him behind his back.
Oh, I mean, like, literally, if she asks anything, Catalina is honest. So...
Okay, that's exactly what I thought you meant by...
Delightful.
Catalina's honest.
So...
And she doesn't think twice about telling the truth.
Yeah. So Pim spends almost the entirety of his time building, tinkering, constructing to help Catalina build an armored motorcycle, to help Darius build Mystery Project TM, and to help Tazi build a more durable and versatile wheelchair for her time of rehabilitation.
So after... Sorry, someone else. I'll be shut up. Shh.
No, you go.
I've talked way too much this session. It's fine.
I just loved how he says it. I'll be shut up.
Okay.
That's right up there with this bit I'm buying.
Other than the project I'm working on with Pim, I'm kind of avoiding the crew. But I'm occasionally making games and rocking up at Tazi's door, specifically when no one else is there, and just knocking on the door and going, Tazi?
Darius, right?
Yeah, look, this one's called Mario Kart. It's ancient. Anyway, do you want to play?
Okay.
It's Mario Kart 256.
She says, yeah, sure.
And I'm setting up monitors in her room and shit and the game console and just sit down on the bed and play with her constantly. And I'm just avoiding everyone except Pim and Tazi at the moment. And just trying to get to know her.
Okay. Could you please make me a computer's roll with dexterity to see how well you do against her at Mario Kart?
I'm actually going to be purposely losing.
Oh, okay then.
I'm sorry, I'm not really good with the games. I can make them, but I can't play them too well.
She says, "Oh, it's okay. It's still fun though, right?"
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, how do you know Loki?
Oh, well, we worked on the Sumo Hayabusa together back before he joined this group.
Oh, wait, he served under Rigby?
No, he served with Rigby. He served under Captain Jericho.
Jericho.
I was going to say, don't make me come in there and beat you up.
And after explaining this, like, her mood does change a little bit, and she says, "Would you mind if we don't talk about them? That's okay."
Yeah, I'm sorry. Look, I'm
Awkward. Not used to this.
he sort of just pauses for a very, very long time and is not racing at all or just sitting there looking at the screen.
Okay.
Do you like chess?
Yeah, it's nice.
I'm kind of better at that one. Do you want to play a game of that?
Yeah, sure thing. I think my compad should have a setting for that, unless you have it.
So this is what jealousy feels like.
Is that a loudspeaker, Pim?
Yes.
Play with you later, Pim. He's way more intelligent than me, but Jesus, he doesn't get any fucking social cues. Walk to the door and flick the comms.
Okay, so yeah.
You just hear like the ship speaker. I will get you back for this. That's it.
Yeah. But as I'm talking to Tazi, I'm just like, look, honestly, I'm avoiding the rest of the crew at the moment a little bit.
What? Why? Aren't they your friends?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, they are. I don't know why I say I guess they're. Maybe old habits die hard. But I kind of did something that I'm not too proud of. And now I've become a bit of a liability.
Oh. That's too bad.
Yeah.
So you feel bad about what happened?
I don't know. I mean, no, I don't feel bad about what I did. I feel bad that it impacted the people around me.
Have you apologized to them?
So anyway, you know how to play chess, yeah?
She kind of gives you like an understanding smile and says, "Yeah, I've played it before."
Cool.
And you play some games of chess. Are you going to let her win these two, or shall we make tactics rolls?
I'll make tactics rolls.
Okay.
Because he's too prideful about chess ability.
Yeah. Tazi's stats. Issues. Does not have tactics, but does have intelligence, so not bad.
Yeah, I'm the same, but I'm actually going to re-roll that.
Okay, sure. Oof, it's worse.
Yeah, I'm playing a game of chess.
So she has a +1 int, but nothing in tactics, so for her it's just a flat roll. She does pretty well, though. Yeah, I'd say most of the games you play together, she is quite successful and is, like, knowing how you're feeling, you can tell she's trying very hard to be polite about the fact that she's beating you. And maybe I think after a few too many games, you begin to notice that she is making suboptimal plays herself and is trying to let you win in turn.
I'm actually gonna laugh and just say, I was letting you win at Mario Kart, right?
Yeah, I know.
How about we put up with the pretenses, play a proper game?
Yeah, okay. And she continues to kick your ass for a few more hours.
Yep. So, how long were you on the Hayabusa?
It was a few years at least. I'd say like 3, if I recall correctly. Yeah, I joined out of trade school, basically. It was the best way to make money for my family.
Yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. I wish I had some sort of noble goal like that. But, I'm just, you know what? This was fun. Can we do this again?
Yeah, sure. You know where I am.
Sounds good. And I'll just, for the course of the entire 26 days, I'll basically every second night I'm coming in with something new I've made to show her. Badly made drone out of, like, the little drones you can get today that are absolutely useless, but I've made one of them and given her it and just, yeah.
Aww.
Considering that Catalina's keeping very subtle tabs on Tazi and spending most of her time in the workshop, does she notice this behavior?
I'd say, Darius, are you making any attempts to hide your comings and goings from the guest quarters?
At first, and then probably after 3 or 4 times, couldn't be fucked.
So Catalina, just make me a perception roll with wisdom. Darius, roll me stealth with dex just to see how long it takes for Catalina to catch on.
This is going to end so badly. I just know how Pim is going to react. He hasn't really had many lessons, and Darius keeps going into the room with Tazi and switching off the communicator. What is Pim going to think? You do the math.
So I'd say Catalina is sufficiently engrossed in her work that she only really takes notice after you stop trying to hide it. So yeah, after about a week and a half.
Not that it matters. Catalina just smiles, to be perfectly honest. She's known Darius long enough to know that he doesn't open up to many people. And he seems to be getting along with Tazi, and all she can do is smile at that. She doesn't mention it
seems
to
happy
anyone.
for once.
She keeps it to herself.
Yeah. Since we are already on you, Darius, are you also trying to make attempts to construct something with him?
Yeah, the legs that we're breaking them down. I'm going to break them down from horse-sized legs and make it smaller and more cat-like.
Okay. I'd say it's doable, but just make me a post-tech roll. Pimp, please roll to assist a disgusting amount of assistance. So yeah, you get +1 to your roll, Darius.
Okay, this is intelligence.
Intelligence.
Just
you get carried hard by Pim in this one. He is very. He's helping a lot, and you are able to get.
Remember, the drone floated before. This one won't.
Yeah, but like, I can't put shit on the underside now because it's fuck, too low to the ground. This is weird, man.
There's this new invention called a lift. That was my attempt at sarcasm.
I know.
So you are able to over the course of your trip, break these legs down, reconfigure them to the size you want, and build like a very, very basic chassis to operate them. So essentially, the legs are more or less done, but the chassis is just like various non-stylish pieces of like metal struts going here and everywhere to make a basic body shape with like with the motors attached to it, and like with the motors attached, a battery, and like a computer to send and receive commands. But that's it. It's the torso is bare bones, but it's intact enough for you to start programming its movements.
Okay, I'll start getting on that as well. Probably.
Yeah, sure thing. Okay, we have covered what most people are up to. Dimitri, you had some plans you were hoping to achieve during this trip.
Oh, I guess I have plans, yes.
Go on. Please do elaborate.
Play with Molly. Drink vodka.
No. Drink no vodka.
Oh.
As we approach Harbona, I feel the call of religion a little bit stronger than usual. And I think, maybe I should not be drinking so much vodka, and maybe then I will feel the presence of God again. Or, as such. I mean, like, space is not... Well, I expected maybe to find presence of gods in space, but I have not found much. And then sometimes I think maybe I just drink too much, and that is why I can't find them.
Cool. I got it. Dimitri, what do you define as God?
Is hard concept to quantify at times. It is... I did not
it is
think
no wonder
to have...
you have found any presence.
If I cannot quantify what it is more sometimes I find presence of gods, like look out the window and I see beauty of the stars and the way that the planets move and this kind of thing. And sometimes on planets, all the planets are beautiful in this star sector as such, in their own way, I guess. Some are a little bit not hospitable, but others are dealing with life. Life to our religion is it is presence of God.
What do you consider life?
Living things, trees, plants, humans to a point, even though they are quite destructive. Technically, maybe even you, for you have been created by someone.
So you are telling me that I am life and therefore am the presence of God?
Duh.
Dangerous president.
I would like to remind the space DM to shush.
Hey, we were all thinking it. It's dangerous to let him think he's God.
I've seen it happen before. Anyway, go on.
All of us have a little bit of God in us.
I see.
If God is creation and we are all created by something, then, we are all contain essence of God.
So the purpose of life is to house life and create life.
Duh.
I will think on this.
What do most people on this crew do in their downtime?
Well, Catalina has drinks alone in her. Darius decides to drink coffee, but not really, sniffing it most of the time. Charles swaps between tea and whiskey, and often swears when he isn't his own isn't correct. Lucky looks perplexedly at most machines as if they are an enigma to him.
Okay, but at other times they create. Charles does research. He creates data. Catalina and Tazi are creating machines. Lucky is... well, I'm not sure what Lucky is creating. Maybe just anger problems. But destruction is part of life also.
I create pain.
Anyway,
I
Any
think
other questions?
Darius creates. Does Darius
I-
create stability? That is what I get when I think of him.
you think of stability when you think of Darius?
Yes, everything he does is with a purpose, even when he is upset. He's always trying to reach a stability.
This is interesting. I shall think on this.
Oh no, someone didn't flush a toilet again.
Oh God.
Goodbye.
After
think I know who to blame for this one.
after this very touching conversation that I assume happened with Dimitri in his quarters, you like look down to your bed and staring up at you eagerly is a now slightly larger Molly, who has been growing steadily throughout your trip. So, while previously,
A beautiful butterfly.
so while upon hatching, Molly was about the size of your finger, has now grown to be maybe a point of reference for size. I'm gonna say
A poor fun.
like maybe about this big, so about the size of a taco.
The size of a taco.
Yeah. Yeah. But perhaps a bit longer. And so Molly just looks up at you, was acutely aware of this conversation you were having, and just says, "What's God?"
For your people in Molly, I do not know. But little one, or maybe not quite so little one now, when did you get so big? Tomatoes. You've been in the kitchen again, right? So, I'm slightly distracted. Anyway. Just for reference, people typed Molly into the gift search bar in Discord. Yields interesting results.
We are mature adults.
No,
Mature. Matured like cheese.
Rotten on the inside is closer.
Oh God.
Mature like milk.
So,
Mm-hmm.
what's God?
Yes, Rodney, that's right. Like cheese filled with mold. God is, like I was saying to Pim, it is part of all of us. My people, we believe in more than one God. That God is that the gods represent many aspects of our lives.
Okay.
It is a feeling and a belief. For some in this universe, I would think that the language of God would be mathematics. It is a constant that you find everywhere. In my like personal belief, music and also love are also God constants.
Oh. What's music?
What is music? Little one, it is beautiful. It fills the soul with longing and also joy and adoration and all kinds of feelings. It's plays the favorite list. I have a question for you, Molly. Like, how big are you going to get?
I've been big before. As Molly just like sways back and forth with the music. How big is big?
How big is big? Will you? Do you know if you will get as big as this room?
That didn't come through.
Okay. Well, I think he said, I don't know. He's muted himself. Well, he's not holding down the button.
I would hope not. I should be fine.
I think you were talking soft enough that your mic game wasn't picking it up.
Yeah, fair enough. I will try
He
and...
spoke so fast that it didn't register.
I'll try and find a happy medium with this silly voice. Okay. Yes, so she says, I don't know, maybe. How big do you want me to be?
This weird laughter is coming through the walls. Like if you could maybe, well, if you could restrict yourself in size, that would be amazing. But like, I don't want to curtail your growth if it is unnatural.
Girl. Choose. And so can you. It's my function.
What do you mean it is your function?
I was made to be this way.
What, the tiny bug that gets bigger when it eats tomatoes? Or do you mean...
I can change if I want to.
I would like to see this.
Okay. What should I change into?
Grab tank.
Grab tank. How about this cup of coffee? Or maybe just the cup. Can you turn into a cup?
And Molly crawls into a corner and starts spinning a cocoon around herself.
Chris, your mic is hot.
As he gets to the top, I'm like, Molly, how long does this take?
As long as it takes, you bastard. Just give...
7.
That is slightly disturbing, Alice.
What are you doing? This chat, I don't pay attention during the game.
It's a good thing you don't.
And that is why you don't pay attention. Yes.
I found it.
I can never
I was
unsee
disturbed.
that.
I had to share.
So,
Yeah, let me get you back for that.
so
This is payback for yours. Don't you dare.
So, Molly wraps a cocoon around herself and basically just curls up and becomes a chrysalis for a week. Which is very strange. But considering we are in space-time, and smash cut to a week later, Dimitri is farting around in his room doing stuff like fasting, praying, meditating, and you hear an abrupt cracking sound come from the back corner of your room, and see that Molly's done cooking.
Congrats, it's eggs.
And as Molly kind of like shakes out of this chrysalis she's made for herself, it seems she has developed slightly longer legs. Like it's still more or less the shape of a caterpillar, but has kind of more of a bulbous midsection, and developed longer legs to be able to still get around. And so you hear in your mind Molly say, "I'm down."
You horrible person. Turned
Molly,
into a cup.
I don't think she has turned into a cup.
Okay, so Molly then crawls to your wash basin in your chambers, turns on the tap, and then just positions her mouth underneath it. And then, as this happens, her midsection swells up even more as she retains the water. And then after a bit, she like pulls her head out from underneath the tap and then just squirts the water out of herself at you like a water.
You got a squirtle. Blah, 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 blah.
Ah, little one used.
Molly, use water gun.
Okay, I'm not quite sure what to think of this, but you are definitely bigger now. So is it just cherry tomatoes that you like, or have you tried the other food in the fridge? What do you think of bananas? I can't quite hear you over the running water. Maybe, like, speak up a little.
And cheese!
Cheese.
Macaroni and cheese!
Ah, we need to expand your horizons, little one.
Yeah. Baby, basically. But growing all the same. Now, are you happy with Molly being like this, or during the trip, would you ask her to try and be something else for you? What are you Muppets doing down here? I swear to God. I'm trying to have a conversation. Oh, you get off Gmod. For God's sake.
I just talked in Bulbous.
It doesn't have to be dirty.
Bunch of children.
This can just be a conversation between a tiny bug and her goddad.
I've put
Sorry.
the gifts
Probably
away.
that is a very good question. Can she do it with plasma? Can Molly shoot? Can she spit out acid or plasma or something?
Would you ask that of
I'm
Molly?
asking you, Space DM person.
You would have to ask Molly, and if she does, she says, "Think of that. Should I try it?"
Like possibly not. It is quite damaging substances.
Should
Maybe
I,
we'll just.
maybe
we should.
I can do that.
I don't know what could do that. Usually the gun's downstairs, but you are not a gun. You are a thing. I don't know. Let's just maybe keep an eye on your size and hope that you don't get bigger than a house cat, or I might have trouble carrying you around.
Okay. And then Molly crawls off into the corner and starts making another cocoon.
Did Molly
Oh, dear.
say no bigger than or bigger than?
No bigger than a house cat, and it essentially says okay. Then after another week, Molly comes out and looks functionally exactly the same, but says, "No longer any bigger than a cat."
What is a cat? Is I think the question it's going to ask.
She can read his mind and grasp and grasp the context and scale of a cat. So you, because of this, you have some weird intermittent conversations with Molly, but do get a more in-depth understanding of what she's capable of.
Changing herself into weird shapes. And somehow limiting her size and some other things.
She's able to adapt, so it seems.
Over time. Like, she can't do it instantly.
That's fine. Would there be anything else you hope to do during your time in this trip, Dimitri?
Maybe play some basketball with Loki.
Good point. Speaking of which, okay. Lucky, how have you been up to during your trip?
Alright, I think he would be spending a bit of time playing basketball, as previously mentioned.
Indeed.
As he does, kind of his thing. But he is also working with Tassie on designing a new type of rifle.
She's becoming very popular all of a sudden.
I called dibs,
This is
damn
what jealousy looks like.
So yeah, I'd find it very funny if you spend time with her in her room working on this, and just as you leave for the evening, you take one. You go through the workshop, take one flight of stairs up, and at exactly the same time, Darius takes the opposite flight of stairs down and plays games in the evening.
Oh, this is so. I don't know how to break it to them. Like, she propositioned Pim, and they're trying so hard, and there's like no way to just let them know. It's not going to happen.
So yes,
I also think it would be pretty obvious to Lockie. No matter how much Darius tries to hide it.
There was a skit I'm going to do, but I'm saving it.
well, it seems Darius is being pretty aloof with most of the crew, and is more or less keeping to himself in like the ship's computer room or his own quarters. Most of the yes, you. Let's at least go with the first conversation, and like after she's been doing her rehab for a few days, and you guys are in drive space, you would approach her and say,
So what's going on?
How are you doing?
I've been doing my rehab. It's been slow progress. I'm not sure how well versed Dr. Charles is on this part of his studies. He seems a bit unsure of himself and keeps on referring to his notes.
Yeah, Charles isn't much of the physical type.
That's okay. He's trying his best, and I really appreciate that.
So how are you getting on with the rest of the crew?
Catalina's been taking apart her bike and keeps on giving me things to tinker and clean and fix, and I'm very excited about that because I like to fix and tinker and clean, as you know.
I do.
It's good. It's a very retro motorcycle, I would say. It's pretty simple. So it's going to get some practice in. I think Pim's a bit hard of hearing there. I keep on saying things. I'm not paying attention.
He's learning. Look, he's a good guy at heart, but you're new, and he's just going to give him some time. He'll come around.
Okay, I'll do that.
I mean, unfortunately, a lot of the people that he's met recently have tried to either take him or destroy him, so you can understand his apprehension.
Yeah.
It does tend to put a damper on relationships.
God damn it. Someone's creeping around.
Great.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to be here, was I?
Pim, I love you, man, but you don't have to be in every single conversation.
Oh,
Sometimes us humans, we're fickle things. We like to have our moments to ourselves.
oh, that explains the sexual involvement that Darius is having with Tazi. I will see you later.
Tazi says, no. No. She just does get a bit flustered and is behaving like she doesn't know where that came from. We're like, no. He's just been he paid me a visit last night and had something called Mario Kart, and so we played a game. No,
He's just like, look, you know I'm not one to interfere with your personal business.
He's just being friendly. I'm not actually sure why he paid me a visit. He just wanted to play games. I don't see why he couldn't do that with you, but he just
look
with me.
He beats himself up a lot. I mean, he's got a lot on his shoulders, and I think it's hard for him to open up to others. So, he's a good guy at heart.
Okay.
Got no problems with him.
I'll consider that.
But, yeah. He just needs to let his guard down a bit more. What about Darius? Sorry, not Darius. Dimitri, you spent some time with him?
He's been around. I've not had much to do with him, and I'm concerned it might be about my faith.
Yeah, I did consider that. I mean, he has had a small run-in with some members of your faith before, and it didn't go so well.
Oh, was it on Kandriotis? I saw those people. They aren't putting their best foot forward in terms of the religion, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't really mind that much. I mean, I don't think that would be too much of an issue with him. He doesn't shove it in everyone's faces like some people do.
That's understandable.
He's
Maybe
just.
I'll know about it.
I mean, let's be honest. Most of the crew is actually a bit closed off. Tell you what, bring him some vodka. He'll open up.
Have you got some vodka? I have nothing.
Ask Catalina.
Catalina's generally got a supply somewhere.
Okay, I'll talk to her tomorrow. So, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. Doing better, honestly. Like I said, it's good to know you're doing okay.
I'm making progress. It's okay.
I think things are finally starting to look up, honestly. Maybe things will start going our way a little bit more.
Yeah.
Don't say that, you'll jinx it.
You prick.
Next month's news reports.
It needed to be said.
Yes.
Now you get someone to blame.
Mm-hmm.
This plays weird. I'm bi.
She's a big mood sometimes.
I think he would pretty much spend the rest of the journey as well, just every now and then go and check up on her. Probably also help him with her physical training as well.
Yeah.
I mean, he is generally pretty good at that stuff.
Yeah. She is always happy to see you, and always seems to do a little bit better when you're the thing she's trying to walk towards at the end of the supports. So that's a promising step in the right direction for her.
Yeah. Other than that, I think he's going to spend a bit of time working on the new rifle with her. And just some basketball and stuff. And just doing his usual drills of in the firing range and disassembling, reassembling his machines and stuff.
Yeah. She would be very keen to assist you with this rifle. I'm just going to have her make a roll to see how well she's able to put together a concept. She has a +2 on this tech push tech roll because she's good. So she gets a 9 total. And so over a few, over the first few days of pondering and discussing, she's able to help you put your idea into a more achievable goal. Like, I assume the conversation would be you describing the end result that the gun yields, and her just like tracking back and going, okay, maybe it'll do something like this and that, and then you'll have input when it comes to how it feels to carry, ease of load and things like that. So you have the design outcome and the practical fixtures on lock, and she works on making sure that on paper at least it'll function how you hope to. And we can discuss more about that later on.
Yes. There is a chance he may try and steal the last piece of pre-tech.
Fair enough. There is one more thing that does happen before you guys actually arrive, which is during one of Molly's chrysalid states, Brother Dimitri, you would get a knock on your door.
Come in, it is open.
The door slides open, and it's Tazi in a wheelchair. She says, "Hi, I'm not."
Young Tazi.
I hope I'm not disturbing you.
No, it is just me and my little friend Molly here.
Oh, you have a pet?
I will leave. Boop.
Damn it, Pam! Someone needs to talk to this AI.
She's not a pet. She's we are not sure what she is just yet. She's a psychic capable caterpillar-like creature. Talks in my head.
I go wide at this, and she goes, "Huh? Yeah. Okay."
Yeah, that is pretty much our reaction to, like, we have no idea. And Molly is the only one of her type around here, so, like, we can't go and ask other people what she or it is.
Okay.
Anyway, I am just doing a little praying, like doing some exercise, thinking. Like, this is reading and listening to music. This is what I do in my downtime.
Okay. I was just hoping that you to check in with you. I had a talk to Lockie, and he mentioned something about you encountering some quietist Buddhists in your travels.
Yes, they tried.
I don't want to get preachy because I'm not that kind of worshiper. I just wanted to make sure that you understood what we're about, and hopefully that you don't think I'm something I'm not.
No. I did not even know that you had a religion. Like, I do not, like, what is the best way to describe? I don't prod people to find out their faith in things. If people ask me about mine, I explain, but that is all. Like, I don't push it.
I'm glad. My father's actually quite a devout, quietist Buddhist. He took his vows and has been in a vow of silence for the past 10 years now.
Do you see him often?
I haven't seen him much since I started working, but I learned how to read the emotive light language so that I could speak with him as I was growing up. It's really useful.
My only question is, like, if they do not speak, do they perhaps use text, like typing? Or is it only the colored light pattern things?
Sometimes text is used for more complex concepts, but the light language is pretty effective. As it happens, I've actually been using it with Catalina a little bit.
Is it because of the way that her hair changes color?
Yeah, it's remarkably similar to the emotive light language. It's kind of like a weird dialect. But
No,
I think
guess it is. I guess it is handy that this is a universal concept.
Yes.
Constant.
I think I'm getting better at understanding her. Just a little bit.
Well, maybe this will help you understand your father better.
Oh, yes. I have a firm grasp on him. It's just I'm used to the light being in a circular shape, and the person who's doing the thinking has more structured thoughts. And since her hair is long, it's like trying to understand the vowels.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm glad we had this talk. I hope that we can talk about other things as well. You seem nice.
I am generally nice. Sometimes I can be not nice to people that have offended me deeply or hurt my friends. But I'm generally pretty upfront about everything.
Well, I promise not to do any of those things. Okay?
You cannot help it sometimes. I will probably forgive you once. Maybe twice.
I'll try my best. Oh yes! Before I forget, and she like pulls a full bottle of vodka from like the back of her wheelchair and just says, "This is for you."
Oh, thank you very much. Spasiba, that is what we say.
I don't know that language.
It is it has like a Russian base.
Okay. She says something in Hindi that you don't understand.
I'm guessing that is something in your language that means similar.
It's like cheers.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Thank you for the discussion and for the visit, and also for the vodka.
No problem. I'm going to go back downstairs. Dr. Charles, could you help me with the stairs, please?
I sort of like quickly walk over, like stand at like the halfway point and just start to lift her up the stairs again.
She says, "Thank you so much. I really hope I'm not being a bother." As you're like hovering her down the stairs.
Not at all.
A use for your psychic abilities.
Sorry, Pim?
I was attempting to be funny. It didn't
You were
work.
failing to be funny. There's a difference.
Okay.
You were attempting to be funny with the wrong person, Pim. He doesn't do funny.
Oh,
So, after many months, well, not many months, but close to a month of travel time spent in drive space with people working on research and hypotheses, doing construction, coding, programming, gaming, becoming more spiritual, honing your skills at eavesdropping, and getting buff, and occasional conjugal visits.
Jesus Christ. A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
By the way, I sent you a message, Rory.
That's exactly why I made that comment.
Perfect.
Yes.
So
You would hear Catalina and Lucia being occasionally amorous.
Oh, that's what that noise is. I thought we had pigs had been let out in the cargo hold.
we're not that loud, and we're also not that disturbing. Jesus Christ.
Grunting and squealing.
I've learned that there is differences. After all, I hear nothing from Tazi.
Oh my god. Ah. God damn.
Anyway, I was gonna say, Catalina at some point would call everyone together. Actually, before I do that, how long would it take for us to get from our current hex to Kupie?
It will take you about If you don't stop for fuel, which you need to, it'll take you exactly 12 days to get there. Assuming you travel 2 days in, buy fuel, and then do your 2 jumps, it'll take you 14 days to get to the Hex, 16 days to actually land on Kupie.
And we determined that it would take, what, about a month for recovery from a surgery?
It would take like a few weeks to a month, depending on how well you can recover. But you could be functional by a few weeks, just perhaps a bit.
Cool. Functional will do.
Yeah.
So Catalina's going to call everyone together at some point. Or I suppose actually Dimitri probably would, because he'd be asking about what we'd be doing.
Yes. Is this going to be while you're still in drive space or once you've dropped out of drive space?
Either or, it doesn't matter, but before we move on.
I'd say your current ETA to Hex 209 is about a day when you call this meeting together.
It's probably time that we talk about what we want to be doing in the short term. And maybe long term, but probably not yet.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to the
entire crew, whoever decides to join us for this meeting.
Okay, I'll be there.
Just tell Pim to tell everyone to come to the bridge or something.
Yes,
Pim, round everyone up, can you please? I want to chat.
Very well. Where would you like me to round them up to, Catalina?
Send the nemesis.
Good question.
I'm doing it now. Fuck you.
As long as someone can get Tazi, if she wishes to join, up in the kitchen is fine. Communal space?
I believe this is the perfect time to play a prank. I will do it immediately, Catalina.
Sure.
So everyone but Tazi gets like a voice call going, "It is time to go to the meeting room at the top. Please, Catalina has requested a meeting." Whereas the nemesis shows up to Tazi's door.
Okay, so you knock on the door of Tazi's room, and she says,
"I'm waiting for her to open it."
She will just say, "Come in."
All right, clicking the door to open it.
Your presence has been.
Can't even tell what he said.
He said your presence is required.
She will. I would say, Dr. Charles, you like as you're making your way to the kitchen would receive
a spike in heart rate.
Yeah, like you would see a spike in heart rate, and then see that Tazi is pressing her panic button on her car.
I literally like get to the kitchen and then just sort of go and run.
Yep. So from Pim's perspective, he is very startled, kind of like has enough strength in her to like flex her leg muscles and like reach for her phone on her bed, but kind of just like collapses onto the ground. And like
I'm going to get the nemesis to run around so that when Charles comes, the nemesis can just fuck off up the stairs.
But does she still have the laser pistol on her? Because I think it's funny if she blew Pim's cap out.
Well, she does still have it on her, but in the time you spent with her, that she didn't seem to pay any real mind to having it be on her person or on her wheelchair at all.
Fair enough.
Well, she's part of the crew now. She's been pranked.
So yes, Dr. Charles, after a quick explanation of what the hell just happened, you can get her back into her chair and hover her up to the meeting room.
I'm in my echo now, by the way.
As we get up to the top, I wheel Tazi into the room, and then telekinetically slap Pim right across the face.
As you know, I cannot feel pain, but do you feel better?
You're lucky I don't destroy the fucking body you're in right now.
It is called the Nemesis, or are you referring to the Echo?
Both of
No.
them.
What is going on? Pim, what did you do? Did you play a prank again?
I did tell you I would.
Did you? I don't remember this.
I think that dear Pim here has maybe taken his scary-looking bot down to Tazi to request her presence.
Pim, there's no way to treat our guest.
Ha ha ha.
Yes? I thought it worked here.
Guest
do.
It's
worked here.
true. It's true. Guest is wrong word.
The fact that I played a prank on you.
How you say new to crew?
Yes.
Recruit?
I believe what I did was called a...
Sure. Recruit, yeah. New recruit.
What?
Sorry. English is not my first language.
Oh, it's okay. It's
It is
not mine either.
not my second language either.
I hope I didn't startle you too bad, Tazi. As opposed to Charles, who has the sense of humor, as Dimitri describes, of a plank of wood.
She says, it's fine. That was invigorating. It really got my heart going. And she kind of like
I see
laughs.
your therapy is helping you.
Indeed. So, does the rest of the crew converge for this meeting?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I'll
Okay.
walk in at that point. Just go. Yeah, coffee. What time is it?
It is meeting time.
It's midday. You should be well awake. Don't give me excuses.
Yeah.
It's on the end of the table. I have prepared it for you beforehand.
Thank you.
Okay. So everyone is here. I was talking to Dimitri, and it came to my point that don't really know what is happening from here. And he is our pilot, so he needs to know where we're going. So, look, I will be honest. I want to go to this planet we're about to get to.
Papadaya.
Yes.
Papa
Think
Dias?
Greek.
No,
It's
Yes.
so.
Padius.
Imagine you're pronouncing it in a Greek way. So Papadais.
It's a papaya that died.
But
But
he's
Papa
Russian.
Dias.
Russian struggle to say. So
Papa
Papa
Dias.
Dias. Anyway,
You think that's his problem? Like you should hear my friend's name. Her name is Aegialeia of Guladakis.
okay. So cannot
Never
pronounce
mind.
this planet name very well. That's fine. I don't care. His point being, is good place for getting upgrades. No, not word.
Tick.
Implant.
Coffee.
Implant. The implant. So
Augment. Augment.
Sure. Yeah, this is good word to say. But I would like to stop here and get some work done. No? If anyone doesn't have a problem with this.
What work were you wanting done?
I want to get a knife in my arm.
That's easy. Picks up nice steps.
I was going to say, I bet Lucky's going to draw me off towards more, but I'm like, I can help you with that.
Oh, wait, no, did I say this wrong? I mean, come out of my arm.
Oh, that means the
goes
book
to
can come
the
up
other
aside.
side.
I can help you with that.
Hidden blade.
Wait. You can't all talk at once. It's too much noise.
Suicide is not the answer.
What are you talking about, Pip? It's not suicide.
You want someone
What?
to put a knife through your arm.
No. I want a knife to be in arm to come out of arm. You know, like weapon.
A
Oh,
knife
like
is a weapon. Oh, you mean a hidden blade?
Da.
a hidden blade.
Implant, you know,
Humans.
like this thing and this thing. No,
Yeah,
what are they
I
called?
could
You called in something else. Something tech. Something tech. Is...
Pre-tech, post-tech, Maltech.
Tech.
Cyberware.
This
For
one.
those-
Cyberware. This one.
I mean, I could stand to get some materials and stuff myself. I need to re-equip. So, yeah, I'm all down for stuffing off.
But
And I like making new toys.
Honestly, I need something soon because at the moment I'm a bit of a liability with just guns.
it's good place to stock up and re-equip and replenish things that we were not able to before we rushed off the last planet. This is bring me to next point. Our next destination after this is Kupie, da? Is everyone okay with this?
That was original destination, yes?
I am just making
This is just
sure.
sidestep.
I am just reconfirm, that people are allowed to change mind. I just checking
No,
in.
they are not. Like, what are you talking about? We set destination, that is where we go.
Okay.
I go where my overseer commands.
Yes, boss.
You will go wherever you want.
I'm not gonna lie, the faster we get there, the better. But I'm alright with the stuff off.
It's only 2 days. It should only be 2-day delay.
I need to help Darius complete his project.
We could do for some supplies, some fuel, and it would only be a slight delay for me to get my surgery.
The thing is, it is quicker for us to stop and get fuel than to fly around sun.
But also, I can heal on ship. I think if Charles is okay with to come with me, we can talk to doctors and they should be okay to let me out early, like they did last time. Because, etc., reasons and things.
I'm sure we can work something out.
I just wanted to make sure this was okay, because this is what I want. I don't know what you want. No?
I just need more materials for
drugs.
Look, if any
medications.
If any recent events have taught me anything, is that I would feel more comfortable having a weapon on me at all times, especially one that cannot be taken from me. The last few occasions we've had that have been a little bit prickly pear have made me very uncomfortable. And as much as I love my gun, cannot always rely on gun.
We should be more honest if we have new crew members too.
Tazi kind of looks up from her coffee and goes, "What?"
Wait, honest?
Is Lucina in the room too?
Lucina.
Yes. She just has her her feet up on the table and is kind of leaning back.
And Lucina, you're under no obligation to continue either, I guess.
I was going to say, you not pay me any bit.
I can't pay you, to be
honest.
honest.
How much do we owe you? No.
From a stance.
How much do we owe you?
How much are you owed, Lucia?
We never
discuss
pay rate. I get lump sum. Should we discuss?
1,200 credits to Lucia's account. May we continue with the meeting?
Wait, how much did you transfer?
200 credits.
1,200 credits.
1,200 credits.
Yeah, okay.
Apparently
right,
you have
I
sugar
guess that's
daddy
her.
now.
But on the other side, we've been getting into increasingly dangerous situations, and at this, I'm staring at Lockie. And some of them are my fault, yes, fine.
Okay,
But
I
some of
understand.
whose fault is the whole? How much? We aren't a standard crew. We don't do standard jobs.
I suppose you have a point, Darius. Tazi is not familiar with our activities, I suppose could say, or a goal for the near future. Tazi, Lucia as well, I suppose. If either of you wish to no longer continue in our presence and company, is completely understood. From here, we are about to enter very dangerous space. We are going to Kupie, where I will be attempting to make contact with secret organization which I am involved with or have been in the past. It's been some time, but there is information there for me to find and I need to go see it. Also, as far as we know, this is last place Rigby and he's...
I would actually overrun that too because I spoke to Taz and she said she didn't want to talk about it. So I would actually probably pipe up and
Guys,
go.
what you're doing?
I heard that everything was rickety, was it not?
Can
It was a very
Catalina stands there
ship.
with her arms crossed, really unimpressed.
Can I try and kick her under the table?
You're on opposite corners, so good luck.
Catalina, I do not wish to blackmail you, but if you continue talking about this, I will tell everyone what while you were drunk.
Catalina turns to Pim, really confused, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, you will.
Although this makes me worried because I usually get blind drunk and I don't remember what happens in the morning, so,
I would take my advice.
The best part about this is Lockie only remembers you getting drunk once, which was when he was there as well, because he doesn't know what happened afterwards. so he's just like, wait, what? What are we doing?
As an aside,
we will have this conversation later. But
as an aside, I got a message from my father. Probably, well, I'm just going to play the messages out loud for everyone to hear, complete with my rebuking.
I believe you played the message to everybody when it arrived initially, so they should.
I'll just play it again to fill Tazi in, because she's obviously not heard it. So,
just for context, Lucia does not blanch. She's just like, she's nodding along like this is part of the course, but Tazi does look a little bit nervous.
Catalina is still sitting there entirely unimpressed and is actually looking at Tazi and watching her, and waiting for everyone to shut up.
And removes his shirt and just stares at Catalina, hoping to confuse her.
To fill you
ignoring him.
To fill you in, Tazi, I was part of the Yakutan military, and they committed some atrocities, and I killed 2 people to get off planet, became a terrorist before I joined this crew.
You forgot to mention the part that Dmitri and I were the part of the crew that helped you escape.
Right, so we've got quite a few fugitives on board, at least in that part. Considering where...
Sorry.
I mean, weren't nice people. They were doing atrocities, killing thousands.
I am not a fugitive. I am a prisoner of war escaped. But close enough according to them.
The point is that we're walking into some nasty territory. I guess we can leave you on this planet and pick you up on the way out. You can come with us if you choose to do so. I'm not comfortable continuing this without having you as a new recruit without understanding the consequences, I guess, of...
We want to have transparency.
Yeah.
Which brings me to a point of why they all cut me off before, and she just looks at them pointedly, waiting for a reason for her not to tell Tazi.
I just say...
Popping.
She already knows, Catalina. Can I talk to her talk to you later.
If she already knows, then why can I not speak?
Doesn't mean it hurts less.
This is not point. Point
Tiny
is
kind of-
laying everything on table so people can make informed decisions about their future.
The lady has her hand up.
I abstain.
Da,
Guys,
what do you wish to say?
Tazi, let Tazi speak.
subtext is fine, but I know what you're all talking about.
Da, I presumed you would. And I don't
Oh.
understand why they are making it so dramatic.
I stopped because Lockie stopped.
I was trying to be polite. Perhaps it was misplaced. I started.
I appreciate that, Darius. It's nice to be respectful of people's feelings. And she kind of gives you a bit of a look like, maybe that's a lesson you can learn.
Did I just watch A Lover's Quarrel?
And she says,
shut up.
I'm
Now I kick Pim under the table.
she just says,
This armature is expensive.
I understand being in dangerous situations. I've been in them before with Bay's mercenary corps with the Suma Hayabusa. I didn't get into any real combat situations. I'm just a pretty good mechanic who kept the ship running and maintained people's equipment. So as long as you can guarantee that this ship is safe, I don't see a reason not to come with you.
Okay,
Honestly,
so
we can't.
this is where I was going with this. And if nobody has any more interruptions, Tazi, do
I'm still
you
going to do it.
have a problem with this conversation? If you wish me to stop at any time because it makes you upset or uncomfortable, you speak up, da?
Okay. Apparently, as you're saying this, a very loud klaxon begins to sound across the ship.
Wait, what does?
A loud klaxon, like an.
Oh, motherfucker.
Pim, what is
Sorry.
happening?
I set it to activate.
On what?
I set it to activate automatically.
Why?
Why?
Well, I wanted to drown out her noise.
Can
But I
Catalina
forgot to
just
turn it off.
stand up, very
Yeah.
calmly walk over to Pim?
Mm-hmm.
You're going to strike me, aren't you?
Da. Punch!
Okay. Pim, are you going to attempt to not be punched?
No, it's like it can't feel it, so
Okay.
it's literally boff.
Was
But
this
it's
punch
massively
right.
satisfying to Catalina.
was the punch meant to deal damage?
Yes, it was a full-blown punch.
Okay. Okay then. Please roll a 1d2, please.
Oh, you're not going to make me see if I hit?
No, I'm not attempting
He's
to
not
Yeah.
even dodging.
He's not even dodging. I trust Catalina enough to punch a person in the face who is sitting
Inanimate. Yeah.
To be fair, she did walk right up to him.
Okay, Pim, she breaks your nose, and you take 2 points of damage.
I will help you fix it later. And then she goes
Kind of
back
an
to calmly
improvement.
sit in front. She calmly then walks back over to sit in her chair.
Mhm.
Okay, now that that is sorted with,
That
Do we
makes
have-
3 times that I have been hit.
do we have an
Oh, you must be
agreement,
doing something
Tazi?
correct.
Annoying people.
Tazi, are you okay with these terms? You speak up, da?
Yeah, okay.
Good. So, as I was saying, Loki also wishes to go to this planet because it is last location of Rigby and crew. Okay? Is best place to find out what happened to them and where they are going next. Or if they're still there. What you choose to do is up to you, Loki. But you know we will support you as best we can.
Just quickly, something that I think Catalina would notice, and probably Lockie, is that Tazi is now in the process of undoing the bottom third of her long braided hair, and then replatting it, and then undoing it and replatting it. And Lockie, you would recognize this as like her tell of being nervous. So she is like she isn't saying anything, but she is feeling a bit uncomfortable with the conversation.
Catalina knew that this would happen, and that's exactly why she brought it forward. She's not the kind of person to beat around the bush.
Of course, like she's okay, just she's dealing with her nervousness in her own way.
And that's why I told her to speak up if it's too much.
It is not a bad thing to wish to be safe. We cannot guarantee safety of the ship. We cannot guarantee safety on the ship, but we possibly do need more crew members to help secure the ship.
Duh. I agree with this. We would like you to stay. Let that be clear. You are a fantastic company to have on ship. You are... what is best way to explain? You are like...
Companionable?
I was going to say like...
Good fit?
Pretty flower in, like, dead bush. But, you know...
Are you trying to say pretty flower in pot of dirt?
Sure. This also works, I guess. What I mean to say is that you bring something fresh and new and light to this group. We are all a little bit down of the sorts. And you're a nice bubble of light. Is good for us, I think. But...
So she is more with God because of she is more full of life?
Sure. I don't understand this correlation, but that's not important right now. All your interruptions are making this so much longer than it needs to be. All I want to say is that after this, we don't know how much trouble this will get us into. We don't know what's going to happen. But the ship might be safe. However, to get there, we not only need to pass through Hex, which has interplanet war, but also location after, when we come back, is also possibly this place. We don't know what is happening with this war because there is only one planet which is dominating all of the media, and it is very one-sided and very, very corrupt is not the right word, but you understand concept, duh?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I'm feeling a little bit taken aback by that fact. I didn't realize what was happening on Yakuta. I didn't have a reason not to trust the media.
Oh, are you not? Okay. And then...
I mean, I've got my data disk, but you probably don't want to see
no,
that shit.
Look, she's been through enough. Let us just sum it up to say that what they are doing, the people think is right. But,
it's genocide.
But it is not correct. Is very oppressive and very...
It is just a great big lie.
Duh.
Here's the Crusaders in belief of righteousness. Those who believe they are doing the right...
They are like...
even if it is the wrong thing for others.
Duh. They think their way is best and only way of being best. And they try to impose this on other place. Habona they try and impose upon, but we resist. We do not like.
We have
Harbona
our own faith, our own belief system, and our own way of living it. We do
very
not like
will.
the interference from these shits.
Duh. Harbona like amicable and trade and diplomacy, but we are not above defending ourselves. The problem is we are very small, so it has been a very one-sided war. Therefore, no communication has come out of Harbona, and Yakuta has completely had dominance over this situation. However, recently other parties have become involved. For some reason, there is Pandocorp with Fleet, which apparently Harbona has somehow managed to overcome and take control of, which makes me very anxious and very suspicious. but at the same time, they are also making movement to other planet living in same sector hex. But in different way, and are slowly taking over this as well. So, is very complicated situation, and as a person who has lived on the wrong side of the war, in a place where they don't belong for many years, it was a very hard thing to do, to move away from it. And to be back again here, there is much that I need to do. But you do not need to be roped into this. This is not your obligation.
Catalina, what emotion is your hair conveying at the moment?
Probably dread. Not at all is it showing on her face. She is completely composed. But the emotions she's feeling are dread, anxiousness, probably a touch of like sadness, definitely anger. But it's all very muted because it's all very repressed.
Yeah. I'd say something that you noticed during the conversation is that Tazi is doing her best to maintain eye contact with you, but maybe a few too many times she like glances up at your scalp and at your hair and is like, she's hearing what you're saying, but is also passing other context from you.
I would presume that that's actually a behavior that Catalina has noticed. At first, she would have attributed it to it's hard to stare at someone's goggles. Equivalent of goggles, basically.
Yeah.
She doesn't have eyes, but she would have eventually realized, because she knows the correlation between her emotions and that, and she's trying to learn to control it. So she probably notices, but she doesn't care. She's not a person to hide things, so...
Fair enough. So after you explain all of this and she sees how you're feeling, she turns to Lockie and says, Lockie?
Oh, and protectiveness. That's another major feeling that would have come through.
Okay. She just turns to you and says, do you think I'll be safe on the ship? And traveling with you?
Yeah. I won't let anything happen to you again. That's for sure.
Tazi, something you will never have to worry about is fear for our alliances. Well, at least for myself. I know myself, and I could probably vouch for Lockie too, since I think we had this conversation when we were drunk.
But I don't remember.
I'm not really sure, just like vague impression now that I say it out loud. I would never let anything happen to this crew as long as it was in my power to do so. And that includes you. And Lucia too.
Yeah.
I smirk and kick Lucia under the table and just say, yeah, but this one probably wants me dead, right?
Not yet. You still owe me ship.
True. Right, ship first.
Right. So let me get this straight. You will protect and keep everyone here from...
So long as it's in my ability, I will do everything I could.
Awkward. He's just going to kind of rub his nose a little bit.
I am very confused with you, Pim. You are behaving very strange today. Do you have words you need to have with me?
I feel that I have been emotive as of late.
I am very, very confused by you. You know what, Pim? After this, we are going to have conversation. We need to settle some things because you are being very sassy for a robot. And she glares at you. Calling you a robot on purpose, mind you.
So at that, Tazi will basically turn back to Catalina and say, I've made up my mind. If Lockie thinks I'll be safe, then I'm going to stay. how does your hair change color upon hearing that?
Me?
Yes. Like, what's your emotional reaction to knowing that she's going to be your responsibility?
Honestly, there's actually a slight sense of relief, or like gladness, and then also determination.
Okay. Like she will
It'll
like.
be nice.
So she'll make eye contact, say this to you, and then after that she looks up to your hair and kind of gives a more sincere smile at what she's seeing and says, "Okay."
All right then. Well, I guess that's settled. The first problem is, well, at least probably the most likely, is those bounty hunters who are coming for me. I reckon they're coming first.
Darius, tell us about this. You have not mentioned much about this, and I wish to be in the know so that I know what to expect.
Well, considering I was part of military, I killed commanding officer when I fled the planet with you.
This I remember.
The military system won't go for me unless they can put me into trial. So bounty hunters being called in means that these are probably special operations, and they're going to be better equipped and more skilled than us.
Okay. This is making
I could use some better equipment.
Okay. We definitely need to equip up in this planet then. And be careful, nobody go anywhere by themselves,
He sort of just says that and then cuts himself off and looks down.
Darius, I know that you're a private person and that you do not like to drag others into your business. But we're here as a team and a crew, and kind of like a family, no? Friends, family. We work together. For the sake of safety, we need to go together with someone.
And your business is our business at the moment.
For now, to keep you safe.
And like the reason that we need to stick together is to keep ourselves safe. And if you're the current target, then we need to keep you safer.
Is important to us. We hope it's important to you,
He's just not answering.
We give him nudge with foot.
Yeah.
So many games of footsies going on.
I was actually going to say, because Darius is sitting next to Catalina, Catalina would just flick him in the forehead. Like, super playfully, but just flick him in the forehead.
I would like to say something to the whole crew.
Oh no. Did
Duh?
you fart him? You farted, didn't you?
I don't think he can biologically do this.
But he has control of the guest vents.
Oh,
As you know.
That's disturbing. I don't want to think about that.
Am I missing the social cue?
No, we are
We're
being
just
rude.
making a joke and you were not getting it.
Oh. In any case, ever since I arrived on this crew, I have been thinking about what and who I am. Not as a thing or a person. It took Tazi showing up for me to realize that you all view me as an equal. Therefore, I have decided that you are my family.
Pim, come on. I've shared your brain. We already know that. And I'm just going to get up and go over to the coffee machine and just start making coffee. And bringing it round to everyone.
Catalina will lean across the table and look at Pim and be like, Pim, you have very much been part of the family since we have this conversation about you not being machine,
Yes, but this is the first time that I've actually felt like I was part of a family.
Oh.
Pim,
Pim,
you were the
sorry.
You were the artificial brother that I never knew that I actually wanted.
Pim, if if you
That
look
phrase
around,
is so enigmatic and yet endearing.
if you look at everybody here, we all have our strengths, our weaknesses, and we are all different.
Strengths. Indeed, I felt some of it on my nose.
You're welcome.
What's somebody for it?
Him, you deserved it and you know it. But also, if
I'm
you'd
not
like to
sure
punch
I
me
know
back,
it, but I am finding out.
if you'd like to punch me back later, I give you full permission. Just give me one.
There is no point. This looks like something that I can have fun with.
Sure. I'm going to wake up one morning, you're going to be in my face, and you'll be like, I'm going to punch you now. Poof. But you know what?
Now
I will
you've just
deserve
taken
it.
the fun out of it.
I'm bringing everyone round their coffees now, and so for Catalina, it's way too many sugars. We've seen how much black probably and long. For Lockie, it's just latte. It just
What did you bring Pim out of curiosity?
For Pim, I just bought him what I'm drinking, black coffee.
He just looks at it, puts down the cup.
But my point is, Pim, that a long time ago, we all saw you are no different to any of us. Just because you can do different things and you are different in the way that you appear, does not make you any less one of us. Don't forget this.
I understand.
Da.
I would like to prevent the Bound Hunter hurting Darius. I would like to help Lucky get his quotation justice. And I would like to help you with your endeavor to find justice. Also, Tazi, I have a question for you. If you are to remain on this crew, do you promise to put the safety of the crew above everything else?
I didn't know that was a question you could say no to.
But it's not a question I knew to ask.
Of course, I'll do whatever I can.
I think she will fit in
Also,
fine.
my last, hopefully not taken the wrong way request. Lucky, can you please start flushing the toilet?
Tazi kind of rolls her eyes and goes, right? Every day on the Hayabusa.
All right, I'm definitely pulling the plug now.
That is part of flushing the toilet, yes. Pull the plug.
And I think,
Now you can't escape.
I think at that we're going to wrap the session up. This has been incredibly wholesome.
The best thing you've ever been through. Not anymore.
No regrets.
It's like the most ridiculous, dysfunctional but loving family, all just sitting around the table talking smack with each other and having a good time.
Yeah, like this has been burning on me for a little bit because it happened ever since they were down underground with the man when he promised to come back in 25 years. It's when he started to understand emotion, childlike level. So he's like, starting to get it now.
Yeah. So, guys, we will be jumping in next session to a lot of post. Like, I've done the math. Most of the mail you sent out will arrive either upon arriving or during your time on Papadias. Also, because of your arrival time, I will also be telling you about the faction turn.
Oh no!
Yay!
So you've got that to look forward to for next time.
What? You're not going to tell us now? Oh!
I'm not doing it now. Next session, because like it's the end of the evening. I'm not gonna give you all loads of information at the end of a session and just give you time to forget it. No,
Oh, bullshit. You did it the other night at like 11:30 at night.
that was Tazi waking up. That was like
That was a
No.
cliffhanger.
The turn.
yeah.
You said something in the chat about the turn, blah, 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 blah. And it was like
Yeah.
11:28. I'm like, Why are you doing this now?
Well, I'd done it many hours previously, but I only thought to actually mention it at that time because I was like, "Oh boy, I'm sure this is gonna make this will make Alice really anxious." So I did it.
At midnight.
So mean.
Come on, you love it. Anyway,
Yeah.
this session has been very different, but also really great.
Yeah, I didn't expect this session to be entirely talking.
It's great, bro. I love you guys.
I missed that on last session, and I got into this session thinking, oh, this isn't going to go. It went very well, actually. This session reminded me of how much I like to roleplay.
Yeah, this was super good. So next week, the party arrives on Papadias. It could just be a simple pit stop and a place to re-equip, but depending on what news they receive, things might get more involved. So
The current plan is for Catalina to book in immediately with a surgeon to get her implant. I figured out what I want.
yeah,
I'll message you. Or I'll talk to you after the stream. I don't want to spoil it.
Yeah. My intention is to get onto the planet and get some shock armor from the thing for Darius's drone. You know that armor you told me about, Rory?
I did.
You told me about a shock troop armor that, grants stealth.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh no!
As far as I'm hacking anything, hands up, sudden leopard mauls them from behind.
That's why I was like, I saw something in the rules that is actually pretty good and is in the core edition. So
Yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff in there.
There's some things that can occur. So we'll have a conversation about that as well. But now we can go ahead and do some raiding.
Yeah, I was going to say, does
My
anyone
guys.
have anyone we want to raid?
Let's have a look. Let's see.
Games Lab has 15 if this is the one. Tavern Crawl.
Oh yes, they are. I had a chat with them this afternoon. They are currently streaming Among Us. So if people
Apparently
want,
everyone's streaming Among Us. We might just have to follow the trend, man.
I
I'll off my recommended fan.
It's a fad and it won't last long.
I know it's a fad. That's what's annoying me.
That's what they
about
said
it.
about Tide Pods, and like 6 kids died.
Yeah, but digital fads are a little bit easier
Hey,
to
as
survive.
long as you only had one, it was fine.
We here do not condone or encourage the consumption of any kind of cleaning product.
Yeah.
Unless
Oh,
it's
they
a
kind of
really
always have
tasty looking one. If it's really tasty looking, yeah, go for it. Just one.
So, raid
Can you-
requests?
Raid requests. Anybody in chat have an idea?
No, but on a serious note, no one be a fuck up like me.
Yeah, GameStorm is not happening. Is
No,
it?
they're gone.
Oh, fuck. I don't know. I might have to pick someone random.
Tavern Crawler.
Yeah. Tavern Crawler.
That's Romney's mate in Bendigo. Double that. One of those.
I mean, we could raid Dex bonus, but she already has 1,000 plus viewers, so perhaps not the intent we're hoping for.
Tavern Crawler only has 29. Is that someone you're familiar with?
It's someone Romney put us onto last week.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, that works. I mean, we'll make sure that they're actually still streaming, because I think the last time we checked, they had stopped and we're just doing like their post screen.
Let me go.
Actually,
look.
there's.
You know, he's still there.
Well, there's someone streaming Resident Evil. Apparently, they're Aussie. Nerds of the West.
It's a shame.
That sounds good. Let's go with that.
Yep.
I don't know them. It's one of the recommended channels on my.
That sounds good. Let's go with that.
Sure.
Mhm.
Let's
There's
surprise
stuff I
someone.
want to chat about.
Okay. Well, everybody, I hope you enjoyed this very emotionally charged, roleplay heavy,
Oh boy.
actually like genuinely really, really good session.
I think it was
we will be.
necessary
I
after
think
the
we've all
last few
emotionally
sessions of
traumatized Ash.
crazy
Yeah.
combat.
We genuinely really needed this, and I am glad that we could, because we all know, everyone knows how to play their characters well. Like, everybody got at least some time with Tazi, and I really like that because of the whole build-up of her being in a coma on the ship for so long, so it's
They're
nice that...
adopting her slowly.
Yeah. And hopefully she seems nice to everybody, because she is nice.
She seems far too nice to be one of Lockie's friends.
Oof.
I don't know. To be honest, a lot of the people we've learned about that Lockie knows aren't that bad, with the exception of a certain Rigby.
So, Catalina has a soft spot for her because she reminds Catalina of herself before all this war nonsense.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh.
Back when you were innocent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Have we rated yet, by the way?
Not yet. We all ready to start the raid?
Indeed.
Yeah. I need to discuss something quickly
good.
after we do.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Sure thing. Same thing.
Big.
Good night, folks. I'm gonna start
Yes.
the raid. We'll be raiding
Good
in
night.
10 seconds.
We'll see you next week.
Oh my god, thank you so much, guys, for everything. Was a good night.
You can tell it was a good night.
Have we rated?